Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Vimla Prajapati, Assistant Professor of Mahatma Gandhi College of Law. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to next day webinar on human rights and gender justice in the 21st century. First of all, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed speakers, participants, and all attendants who have joined us your valuable time to be part of today's event. And I am sure the session will be informative, engaging, and enriching for each one of us. I would like to invite Ankita ma'am to join us and introduce the topic. Good morning, everyone.
It is my privilege to welcome you all to this international conference jointly organized by Mahatma Gandhi College of Law and Social Science and Management Welfare Association. In recent months, our research center has received numerous queries regarding both human rights and gender justice. As the head of this division, I have observed that conversation on gender justice must include every gender, woman, man, and all gender identities. Man too face social, psychological, legal, and cultural challenges that often go unaddressed. True gender justice can only be achieved when every individual, irrespective of gender, feels protected, understood, and empowered. Recognizing this need, we felt it was essential to organize a platform where global experts, scholars, and practitioners can come together to discuss these issues comprehensively. Through this conference, we aim to explore how human rights and gender justice intersect, how they affect individuals worldwide, and how we can collectively move towards a more equitable future. We hope that today's discussion will inspire new ideas, encourage inclusive perspectives, and strengthen our shared commitment to dignity, fairness, and equality for all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Then, dawns brighter with Dr. Ruby Gupta, our unwearing professors. His welcome speech will rally us toward bolder advocacy, generous applause, dear colleagues. Please, Ruby ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to International Conference on Human Rights and Gender Justice. We are super stoked to have all of you here today, students, faculty, sponsors, and guests. This event is all about the theme of human rights and gender justice, gender equality, and we were ready to dive deep, share ideas, and make some unforgettable moment together. It's not mean only female, but it's include all person, male, female, and third gender. Human rights convention also provide to right for all persons. Under this convention, discrimination has provided. Indian Constitution also has provided our rights. We will try to together try to end this discrimination. Now we can discuss on educational institution play a significant role in promoting gender equality and advocacy. They can shape young mind and foster a culture of inclusively and respects. Law is existence and according to globalization we can change to day by day. So different type of crime in front of us, such like crime against man and third gender, we all acceptable by biological changes. Ac- Can change day by day. Our mind is not run ahead to development. Development day by day also increase, but our mind has lose their this type of discrimination. So we can try to gather and this discrimination and try to we all pupils and women's also trying to this type of discrimination. So thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Then, across continent, we salute Dr. Manula Den, Vice Chancellor of Vision of Excellence International University and President of FITES and Civic Denmark, as Social Science and Management Welfare Association Advisory Board member. Her chief speech will globalize our gender justice vision. Roaring cheers. Please, ma'am.
Thank you for invitation for my colleagues, and thank you for all the speakers. I'm very happy to be here. Theoretically, human rights are universal, inalienable, and indivisible. Gender justice focus on fearless inequality between all the genders in the 21st century. Global always increases, but gap remain. In the 21 cycles, I sent to you the my work. Theoretically, I'm making PPT, but now because I don't want to take a lot of times, I make some point about my work. Yes, you can see. You go at introduction because you make me in the yes. Go step by step. Next slide. Theoretically, okay. In the 21st century, human rights are no longer an abstract promise. They are a detailed test of our political courage and moral responsibility. At the center of this test, standard of the woman. Next, baby. Introduction, and I talking about what my framework. It is about the Declaration of the Human Rights in the 1948, and set out the convention, the elimination of the form, and in special I use the sustainability goal and 5 gender equality. About this, I talking a lot. I think everybody should know this sustainable development for. It's about now, it's a big programs in around the world. Women today are more educated, more connected, and more visible than at any moment in the history. The inequality persists, but theoretically. I make in discussion one work about CAMET 2015 in the capital of 4 and 5. It's talking about women and the education impact. I make some questions, opening questions, and I want to make in the discussion about the contradiction, because definition in our era, progress exists, but justice, it's in the still whenever, I think. It's for this I present some legally. Recently, I because I used all times in the progress about this, and now progress, it's increases female participation in education, it's a workforce now, legally promotion gender equality in many countries. Now I want to present in Italy, recently passed the new law protected the woman, because in Italy a lot of the feminicidio about the woman, violence of the woman, and but two in Europe, it's two countries different point of view, different things. It's in Romania, Deputat Monica and Radionescu, she try make this similar law for the Parliament of Romanian, but it's don't have a same result, because they have that only not can vote the person what is implicated in this. For this, the law, it's very, very complicated for making this. Growing global movement too for women and the LGBTQ, and working more for the rights. The political of the woman and century cycle, it's not about spatial treatment. It is about equal power, equal voice, and the equal protection under the law. The woman participate fully in the political life, society become more peaceful, economy grows stronger, and democracy becomes more resilient. I present here two questions. Go with my slide, but open questions, because you can see maybe everybody. What is the maximum number of the children of the woman can give birth to the life? I make some after you see one, because it's I'm making the discussion about one slide with what it's a futures, what weight, and where it is a futures, because today it's very complicated. And what is a max average number of the children a woman can give birth to a lifetimes? In the Theodore and Smith in 2019, you can try this slide in the page 273. It's one figures where the world population distribution, but region, the 2010 and a 2050. A lot of the people, this exactly, a lot of the people, thank you, because make you together. It's this, she writing clear, Asia have a lot of population. It's clear, it's a big transformation. In Europe, the 11, it's go down at 8, because the woman in the, Europe don't want to have a children. Same Africa have a lot grow up with 6%, the 15 to 22 in the next year. I think this is futures is Asia and Africa for the futures for the children. In the total fertility of this woman has 69 kids in 27 pregnant, 60 set twins. This is a statistic she writing of CAMED. It's documented about its empiric writing. Exactly what is a total fertility rate of the total fertility. It is children and ambiguous. You can see this. It's very complicated today. How many children an average woman will have during their life? And now this you can try in the Wikipedia, because everybody she used Wikipedia encyclopedia at something where it's focalized the fertility in the with the different colors. More it's in the Africa. It's Africa and the Asia all times side, because it's a big population. So factor which influence level of the fertility, it's economic, because improvement in incomes does lead to more to less children. Opportunity cost of the mother times the cost of the here save. In Europe, everybody say he has children, it's stay home. It's and after you don't know, say you have the work or not have the work. For this Europe, the woman she like independence. It's she not prefer stay with children because she lost his life. It's a different status social. A poor social and economic status of the woman, educational level of the woman, and in exactly its distributed level of the rural and urban. It's depend of the country. Infant mortality, it interest of saving children as patient. The children take care of the patient of the future. So children represent all the things. The cultures of tradition depend of the things what it is. Human rights cannot be selective. A society that tolerates violence against women, economic exclusion, and what I told first, and our political silencing its societies weakens like on our future. Gender equality, woman issue, it's a human right imperative and democratic necessary. Next, I think it's about population growth. It's a good or bad. I'm making the three sentence. A population is grow. It's a problem. It's a problem of development. It's a new amounts in the feeds. Society cannot invest in the futures. Its population grow. I make in three aspects. It's grow, not a real problems, not a problem. Other issue are problem, force issue, rich country domination, larger population. It's in fact often desirable. In population growth, it's desirable. Admit consumer demand that it's necessarily some region underpopulated, protect borders, ethnic issue, military power. It's this you can see. It's yes, no, and maybe. That it's different aspect what I see. I writing about this, but I do this in the aspect empirical because I writing this in the exactly in the CAMET. I started in the first and I did all. It is relative about CAMET 2015, the book. It's pressure of development effort. It's need kindergarten, school, housing, roads, clean water. Needing will needs a job, sure. What I told in Europe, it's necessarily because you have a lot of taxes and you can live. It's very complicated. Dependency ratio, the number of the population who must be supported, but who work, absolutely. Pension. When I first I did the children support the pension. This it is. Democratic divided gift. It's a labor force grow faster than the population. And same sometimes now it's complicated about work because technology. Making the discussion after in the last slide because word of route amount poor can come down if woman becomes better educated. When woman shift from the non-paid paid work, it's this I make in the small truck, a reduction in infant mortality, do it better. I told all of this in first. Creation of the patient system or security net in elders. That this I talking about. It's starting next. Policy. I want to mention in this, persuade the family to have few children, stability of family planning programs. In Europe, all times, it's complicated. All today, changement, it's forced. Because it's the perspective is very change economic incentive in the this having children, coercion force family not to have many children. What I told of Europe about Europe for this the first my slide she explaining about this first pictures that I make with you. Rise of the social and economic status for women. Theoretic, when going the challenge, gender-based violence and discrimination unequal access to education, health care, and economic resource, underrepresentation of women in leadership in the decision making. It's the intersectionality and the gender justice. I make only some point because I do some different, because it's all times it's inclusive, that gender inequality intersect the race, class, disability, migration status. Me too, I'm all times migrant in Europe, same in Europe. But when we change the country, you all time you're starting at limit. And migration, it's not good things, because all times you don't try your cultures, you don't try your perspective, you don't try same your work, same your work. That is the education in technology. What I told the first, education is empowerment individual to claim their rights. Digital tools amplificate advocacy, awareness. Technology must be inclusive and free for all genders. MBS, it's a normal. I think so, it is. That now I want to make the last two. Strict legal protection and enforcement promote gender-sensitive education and policy. Encourage global and local collaboration for equality. I all times mention it because collaboration create learning one about another's. In all times, I want learning new things from our colleagues, for everybody. It's very, very important, this. Gender justice in the central to human rights in the 21st century. It is a progress real, but the challenge persists, and it's a lot of do. It is today, it's very complicated. Collective action and key of the archiving its lasting equality. I think working together for one equality and learning woman force of the woman. It's thank you for everything, and good work for all my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am talks about the world is facing a major global problems such as climate change, gender inequality, healthcare, etc. And sustainable development goals emphasize that no one should be left behind. Ma'am conclude that a change in mindset and responsible global cooperation are essential. She explain that population growth is whether neither completely good, non-completely bad. Its impact depend on management, resource, and planning. She explained well about birth rate among poor can come down if families have few children, and many more. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Uh, Mr. Ankit Rajput, judicial luminary Mr. Ankit Rajput, this is as a special guest embodying fair governance, join in spirited claps as he speaks to the heart of gender justice in contemporary law. Please, Ankit Singh Rajput. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected dignitaries, organizing committee, learned faculty members, and all the participants, good afternoon to all of you. Today, I appear before you to speak on the topic human rights and gender justice in the 21st century. So when we talk about gender justice, we often talk about discrimination against women and talk less about discrimination against transgender and often against discrimination against men. We don't generally talk about it. So I take this opportunity, this stage to talk about discrimination against transgender especially and discrimination against men. Now, however, recent developments have been made by the current government to address this issue. Like offenses have been made gender neutral. Like we see the offense of voyeurism in BNS has been made gender neutral. Various policies have been framed to improve the dignity of transgenders also. We'll talk about that. We're in a constitutional democracy governed by the rule of law. Human rights are not privileges conferred by the state. but inherent rights derived from the human dignity itself. Gender justice as a constitutional value demands equality, fairness, and protection of dignity for all persons, irrespective of gender. Article 14 and 21 of the Indian Constitution guarantee equality before law and right to live with dignity. These rights are gender neutral in letter and in spirit. Therefore, gender justice cannot be selective. It must be inclusive. Justice must be victim centric, not gender centric, I think. In our society, men are also victim of domestic violence, mental cruelty, sexual harassment, misuse of protective laws. However, the legal system often lacks adequate remedies for male victims. Denial of legal recognition to their suffering violates the principle of equal protection of laws and access to justice. I would like to put emphasis on the transgenders also. Gender justice in the 21st century remains incomplete without the recognition of transgender rights. In the case of Nalsa versus Union of India, 2014, the Supreme Court held that transgender persons are entitled to full constitutional protection under Article 14, 15, 19, and 21 of the Indian Constitution. The court recognized self-identified gender as an integral part of the dignity and personal autonomy. Also, recognition of gender diversity is not alien to Indian culture. Hindu mythology acknowledges non-binary identities through figures such as Ardhanareshwar, symbolizing the unity of masculine and feminine energies. There is Sikhandi in Mahabharata, a respected warrior despite gender transition, and Lord Vishnu's Mohini avatar, reflecting the fluidity of gender even in divinity. Constitutional morality therefore aligns with India's civilizational wisdom. The current government has made certain policies to address this issue. For example, an act was enacted titled Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019. This central legislation provides legal recognition to transgender persons and prohibits discrimination in education, employment, healthcare, and other spheres. It also mandates welfare measures and establishes a framework for identity certification. Then there is Delhi Transgender Protection Rules 2025. In July 2025, Delhi government notified new rules that broaden legal protections. Transgender persons can obtain identity certificates for their self-perceived gender without any medical examination. Then there is National Council for Transgender Persons, which is reconstituted in 2023. This statutory body under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment monitors and advises on transgender policy, welfare scheme and implementation. Then there is a scheme Ayushman Bharat TG Plus. TG Plus means Transgender Plus, a dedicated health insurance coverage under Ayushman Bharat for transgender persons, offering up to 5 lakh per year for procedures like hormone therapy, gender affirming surgeries, alongside general health support. Then there are certain notable achievements by transgender individuals in India, like there is Karan Gautam, first transgender gold medalist at Punjab University, completing 2 postgraduate degrees and pursuing a PhD in law. Then there is National Transgender Sports Meet, which was organized in Raipur in December 2025, a major transgender sporting event promoting unity, dignity, visibility, ability-based recognition in athletics. There is transgender individual serve in public service roles also. There are various judges, IAS, I think police officers, which belong to the transgender community. To conclude, gender justice in the 21st century must be inclusive, balanced, and humane. Women's protections, male victim rights, and transgender dignity are not competing claims, but complementary dimensions of human rights. A truly progressive legal system is one that listens to every voice of suffering and protects every identity with equal concern. Gender justice will be complete only when law recognizes that victim has no gender, only a right to justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ankit sir, explain us about Article 14 to 21 of the Indian Constitution from the core of the right of dignity, and ensure that every individual can live with equality, freedom, and respect in society. And Ardhanareshwar is a symbolic form of Lord Shiva, respectively the union of men. Every identity will be equal. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Dr. Ritu Saraswat is present here.
I'm here.
Ritu, yes. Empowerment personified Dr. Ritu Saraswat, sociologist, column writers, and state president of Social Science and Management Welfare Association, Women Cell, Rajasthan. Her keynote as professor at Government College, Pushkar, will dissect social shift in thirtic ovation. Please, ma'am.
आप सभी सुनने वालों को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, ma'am.
देखिए, ह्यूमन राइट्स एंड जेंडर इक्वालिटी,
कैमरा ऑन।
देखिए मेरा कैमरे में कुछ डिफेक्टिव वर्क नहीं कर रहा है,
ओके,
है ना। जेंडर इक्वालिटी और ह्यूमन राइट्स, ये दो ऐसे मुद्दे हैं जिनको अगर साथ जोड़ के देखा जाए तो हमारे लिए चीजों को समझना बहुत आसान हो जाता है। बड़ी कमाल की बात यह है कि ह्यूमन राइट्स पे तो पिछले 100 सालों से बहुत जोर शोर से काम चल रहा है, जेंडर इक्वालिटी पे भी चल रहा है, लेकिन हमने कभी ये विचार करने की कोशिश नहीं की कि तमाम तरह के कानून बनने के बावजूद भी, तमाम तरह के वैधानिक प्रोविजन देने के बावजूद भी, ये मैं सिर्फ भारत की बात नहीं करी, मैं पूरे विश्व की बात कर रही हूँ कि क्यों यूएन विमेन को ये कहना पड़ता है कि 2032 तक तो आप भूल जाइए, आने वाले 300 साल तक भी जेंडर इक्वालिटी नहीं हो पाएगी। तो और एट प्रेजेंट पूरे संसार में ऐसा कोई देश नहीं है जो ये क्लेम कर सके कि वहां जेंडर इक्वालिटी 100% है। इसके पीछे बहुत गंभीरता से विचार करने की जरूरत है, और वो विचार इस भूमि पे खड़ा होकर बड़ी हुंकारे मारता है कि अगर जो रूट कॉज है, हम क्या कर रहे हैं, पेड़ के तनों को काट रहे हैं और फिर जोर जोर से चिल्ला के कह रहे हैं कि जेंडर इक्वालिटी तो हमें मिल नहीं रही है। हम ये भी कह रहे हैं कि जब इतने कानून हैं, इतने प्रोविजन हैं, इतने संरक्षण को, महिलाओं को संरक्षण देने के लिए कानून बने हुए, तो भी जेंडर इक्वालिटी का कॉन्सेप्ट क्यों बार बार रेज होता है। तो देखिए, स्पष्ट रूप से जो बीइंग अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ सोशियोलॉजी, मैं जो बात समझ पाती हूँ एक समाजशास्त्र की विद्यार्थी होने के नाते, वो मूलभूत रूप से इस बात पर टिकी हुई है कि ये कहीं से उपजा हुआ कोई तथ्य नहीं है। जेंडर इक्वालिटी इन इक्वालिटी से उपजी है, और ये इन इक्वालिटी आई कहाँ से? एक लंबा थॉट प्रोसेस है जिसे अलग अलग नाम दिए गए, अलग अलग आवरण पहनाए गए। ये थॉट प्रोसेस स्पष्ट रूप से कहता है कि महिलाएं पुरुषों से कमतर हैं इन ईच एंड एवरी एस्पेक्ट। हर तरीके से महिलाएं कमतर हैं। अब भाई कमतर हैं, ये पहले आपने एक सिद्धांत दिया, क्योंकि देखिए एक ह्यूमन टेंडेंसी है। मैं अपनी बात को थोड़ा सा अलग डायरेक्शन में लेके जाना चाहूंगी। जब सभ्यता आई, सभ्यता के आरंभ में जब शिकार हुआ करता था, तो 2017 में, 2019 में, 2020 में ऐसी रिसर्च सामने आई कि मेसोपोटामिया के आसपास या पेरू के आसपास जिन कब्रों को खोदा गया, वहां से जो कंकाल मिले, जो अवशेष मिले, उनके साथ जो हथियार मिले, वो हथियार भारी जानवरों को काटने वाले थे। और शुरुआत में जैसे हम मान के चलते कि ये तो पुरुषों के ही होंगे अवशेष, तो यही हमने माना। और लेकिन जब उनका रिसर्च हुई और शोध के बाद, एक लंबे शोध के बाद ये पता चला, जब डीएनए टेस्ट और तमाम तरह के जो टेस्ट हुए, उसके बाद ये पता चला कि ये तो महिला का शव है। तो उस चीज ने एक उस मिथक को तोड़ा कि महिलाएं शारीरिक रूप से कभी भी बलशाली रही नहीं। यद्यपि जो जेंडर इक्वालिटी है वो मूलभूत रूप से हमारी जिस सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक विचारधारा के इर्द गिर्द घूमती है, और ये मान के चलें कि जब किसी के पास पावर आ जाती है तो उस पावर को वो किसी भी स्थिति में, साम दाम दंड भेद, वो छोड़ना नहीं चाहता। तो महिलाओं के साथ भी ये हुआ कि मैं अगर आपको हिस्ट्री को थोड़ा सा पीछे ले जाऊं तो आप लोगों को समझने में बहुत आसानी होगी। मैं नहीं जानती आप में से कितने लोग वर्ल्ड वॉर फर्स्ट और वर्ल्ड वॉर सेकंड के बारे में जानते हैं। अगर आप उसे समझ जाएंगे तो आप जेंडर इक्वलिटी क्यों नहीं मिल पा रही है, जेंडर इनइक्वलिटी का क्या रीजन है, इसको आप बहुत बेहतर तरीके से समझ पाएंगे। देखिए, वर्ल्ड वॉर शुरू हुई और ब्रिटेन, जो कि भारतीय समाज की तरह से, जैसे आज वर्तमान में भारतीय समाज, जबकि मैं इसकी धुर विरोधी हूं कि वैदिक संस्कृति में भारतीय समाज पितृसत्तात्मक समाज का जो वर्तमान आवरण है वो भारतीय समाज का नहीं था। क्योंकि भारतीय समाज में अगर हम अपने धर्म ग्रंथों को भी देखें, जो कि मैं हमेशा से मानती हूँ कि अगर किसी संस्कृति को पहचानना है, किसी संस्कृति को जानना है, तो उनके धर्म ग्रंथों को देखो, वो उसका वास्तविक रूप जो परिलक्षित करते हैं। और हमारे यहाँ पुरुष की पहचान उसकी माँ के नाम से होती थी, चाहे आप यशोदा नंदन लें, चाहे आप देवकी नंदन लें। और उसके बाद जो बात मूलभूत रूप से, फिर अगर पुरुष का विवाह हो जाता था तो उसकी पत्नी के नाम से उसकी पहचान हुई। अगर मैं ऋग्वेद की बात करूं तो ऋग्वेद में आप लोगों में से कितने लोग परिचित हैं मैं नहीं जानती, एक महान योद्धा विश्वला का उल्लेख मिलता है, जो विश्वला अपने पति राजा खेला के साथ दुश्मनों से युद्ध करती है, उनका साथ देती है, और जब उनके पांव कट जाते हैं तो बकायदा लोहे के पांव लगाए जाते हैं और वो युद्ध पुनः करती हैं, जीतती हैं। अगर हम महिलाओं के शारीरिक बल की बात करें, उनके हृदय की दृढ़ता की बात करें, उनके साहस की बात करें, तो रानी लक्ष्मीबाई से इतर बहुत सारी ऐसी वीर सेनानियां हुई, चाहे रानी दुर्गावती हुई, चाहे नाइकी देवी हुई, या फिर हम राम प्यारी गुर्जर की बात कर सकते हैं। ऐसी तमाम तरह की नायिका हुई, वीरांगने हुई, जिसे हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि महिलाएं शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर हैं या मस्तिष्क उनका कमजोर रहा है। अहिल्या देवी होलकर के बारे में तो जितना कहा जाए उतना कम है। पर इन सबसे पहले मैं आपको जो प्रथम विश्व युद्ध की बात करें, उससे पहले ब्रिटेन में एक जो सो कॉल्ड आज भी पूरे विश्व में कहीं ना कहीं एक सेट अरेंजमेंट है कि महिलाएं घर संभालेंगी, बच्चों की देखभाल करेंगी, खाना बनाएंगी, वो जो तमाम तरह की चीजें, और पुरुष बाहर से कमा के लेकर आएंगे, ठीक है। लेकिन जैसे वर्ल्ड वॉर शुरू हुआ, सभी देशों के जो सैनिक हैं, जो युवा योद्धा हैं, वो जब युद्ध के मैदान पे चले गए तो बकायदा एक पोस्टर वॉर जैसी हुई, बकायदा इतने सारे एडवर्टीजमेंट हुए, तमाम तरह के माध्यम से हुए, और महिलाओं के मन को बहुत स्पष्ट करके उनको ये कहा गया कि नहीं, अब आपकी जरूरत घर से कहीं अधिक ना उन सारी कार्य क्षेत्रों में जो पहले पुरुषों ने संभाल रखे थे। मेरे पूरा जो मैं आप लोगों को आपसे जो कहना चाह रही हूँ, मैं आपसे अगर उसे एक टाइटल देना चाहूं तो मैं उसे यही कहूंगी दैट विमेन आर नॉट स्टेपनी। वो विकल्प नहीं है, वो उसी तरीके से समाज के लिए आवश्यक है जैसे कि समाज में पुरुष। मैं यहाँ दो धड़ों को अलग अलग स्तर पे खड़ा करके किसी युद्ध के मैदान को नहीं खोल रही। मैं सिर्फ इतना ही निवेदन कर रही हूँ कि हमें एक बहुत खुले हृदय से इस बात को समझना पड़ेगा कि महिलाएं विकल्प नहीं है। अब ये विकल्प की बात कहाँ से आती है, तो इस मुद्दे को समझने के लिए हमें इस बात को समझना होगा कि जब प्रथम विश्व युद्ध हुआ, और जैसे मैंने आपसे कहा कि एक अलग तरह का पोस्टर पूरी दीवारों पे चिपकने लगे, और ये इमोशनली उसको एक बहुत बहुत सुंदर रंग दिया गया कि सारी महिलाओं की आवश्यकता है। आप म्यूटेशन फैक्ट्री जहां गोला बारूद बनती है उन फैक्ट्रीज में काम करें, आप नर्स के रूप में काम करें, आप ट्रक चलाने का काम करें, आप रसद पहुंचाने का काम करें। और महिलाओं ने किया, और इस तरीके से किया कि बहुत सारी महिलाओं की चमड़ी जो म्यूटेशन फैक्ट्री में काम करती थी वो पीली पड़ गई, वो जल गई। और जलने के पीछे रीजन ये था कि वो जो बारूद जिनसे विषाक्त गैस निकलती थी उनसे उनका पूरा शरीर पीला पड़ता चला गया। और आप लोगों ने अगर सुना हो, एक पक्षी है कैनरी, तो उनको कैनरीज कहा जाने लगा क्योंकि कैनरी का अधिकतर इस्तेमाल शायद आप लोगों को पता होगा कि जब सुरंग खोदी जाती है या जब खदानें खोदी जाती हैं तो उन खदानों में मनुष्य के जाने से पहले इन पक्षियों को भेजा जाता है, क्योंकि ये ससेप्टेबल हैं, ये बहुत तुरंत ही जहरीली गैसों को और इन सबको अपने भीतर एब्जॉर्ब करके वो अगर गैस जहरीली है तो इनका शरीर जो पक्षी हैं कैनरीज, इनका शरीर पीला पड़ जाता है। ये कई बार तो बाहर आ पाने में सक्षम होती है और कई बार वहीं उनकी मृत्यु हो जाती है। ये इतनी विषाक्त गैस होती हैं। तो इसी तरीके से इनका जब शरीर पीला पड़ जाता है, इसी तरीके से इन महिलाओं का वो शरीर म्यूटेशन फैक्ट्री में काम करने के कारण पूरी तरीके से पीला पड़ गया और बकायदा ये कहा गया कि आप एक लंबी आयु तक अपना जीवन व्यतीत नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि विषाक्त गैसें और म्यूटेशन फैक्ट्री में काम करने के कारण आपके जीवन को बहुत बड़ा घात है। तब भी ये वो वॉरियर्स थी, वो योद्धाएं थी जो फ्रंट पे खड़े ना होकर अपने क्षेत्र में रहकर देश के लिए लड़ रही थी और बकायदा इस तरह के पोस्टर छपते थे कि आप महिलाएं हैं, आप वीर सेनानी हैं। और सबसे कमाल की बात देखिए, जैसे ये युद्ध खत्म हुआ तुरंत महिलाओं को फिर वापस से एक मुहिम शुरू हुई, सारे पोस्टर्स में और तमाम तरह के जिस भी माध्यम से एडवर्टीजमेंट हो सकता है, ये उनके मन मस्तिष्क में बिठाया गया कि अब ये मैदान खाली कर दो। जिस मैदान में आप घुसे थे ना, कि आपने ट्रक चलाए थे, वर्ल्ड वॉर फर्स्ट शुरू होने से पहले सिर्फ लगभग अनुमानतः 8,000 महिलाएं बाहर काम करती थी, उनकी संख्या 1,20,000 के आसपास हो गई थी। तो आप सोचिए कि किस मात्रा में इन महिलाओं ने काम किया। लेकिन जैसी प्रथम विश्व युद्ध खत्म हुआ, महिलाओं को ये इनके इन प्रकार प्रेशराइज किया गया, दबाव बनाया गया कि अब ये जगह खाली करो, वापस से पुरुष काम करेंगे, और महिलाओं ने ऐसा किया भी। उसके पश्चात कुछ सालों के बाद जब द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध शुरू हुआ, फिर यही टैक्टिक्स अपनाई गई कि महिलाओं को फिर इमोशनली ब्लैकमेल किया गया, महिलाओं ने फिर काम किया और पुरुष वापस से जब विश्व युद्ध खत्म हुआ द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध, तो महिलाओं को प्रेशराइज किया गया कि आप अब इसे छोड़ें, वापस से आप अपने घर को संभालें, जो मूल रूप से आपका काम है। देखिए, मैं इसे इन्वर्टेड कॉमर्स में कहती हूँ क्योंकि ये माना गया कि महिलाओं का काम मूल रूप से खाना बनाना ही है, जबकि ऐसा कोई शोध, कोई सिद्धांत ये नहीं कहता कि महिलाएं ही खाना बनाने में रिपोर्ट हो सकती हैं। लेकिन ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी ये चीजें हस्तांतरित करती गई और महिलाओं को घर तक सीमित किया गया। लेकिन जो बात मैंने आरंभ में कही, महिलाओं को विकल्प के रूप में प्रयोग किया गया। मैं आपको सबसे कमाल की बात बताऊं, कोरोना के समय और कोरोना से पहले जब जब रिसेशन आया, चाहे भारत में चाहे विश्व में, महिलाएं जो काम करती हैं, मैं वर्तमान, चलिए ये तो मैंने आपको विश्व युद्ध की, दोनों विश्व युद्ध की बात बताई, लेकिन मैं इस चीज का हमेशा से विरोध करती हूँ कि महिलाएं विकल्प नहीं है, महिलाएं आपके समान ही साझेदार हैं। और चाहे वो विकसित भारत की कथा लिखने में या दुनिया के किसी भी देश की जो विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था में, उनका उसी प्रकार से योगदान है जैसा कि पुरुषों का। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं हो पा रहा है, इसके बारे में बहुत गंभीर रूप से विचार करने की जरूरत है कि क्यों। क्योंकि कोरोना के समय भी और उससे पूर्व भी जब रिसेशन पीरियड आया, जो महिलाएं काम कर रही थी उनको, और ये बकायदा सबसे कमाल की बात है, महिलाओं के भीतर भी ये बहुत गहराई से रोपा गया है, जो आज तक अगर आपसे भी अंतर्मन से, आप जितनी महिलाएं यहाँ उपस्थित हैं और आपसे पूछा जाए कि आपके घर में बेटा है और बिटिया है और अचानक से रिसेशन आता है और दोनों में से एक की नौकरी बच सकती है, मैं 100%, 99 भी नहीं, 100% विश्वास से कह सकती हूँ, आप में से एक महिला भी ये नहीं कहेगी कि नहीं मेरी बिटिया काम कर ले, बेटा घर पे बैठ जाए, नहीं कहेगी। यही मूलभूत रूप से सत्य है कि हम महिलाएं विकल्प हैं, जहां आवश्यकता है उन्हें स्टेपनी की तरह से इस्तेमाल किया जाए, और जब मेन टायर वापस से काम करने लगेगा तो स्टेपनी को उसकी जगह लगा दिया जाए। ये जो हमारा थॉट प्रोसेस है, भारत की बात नहीं कर रही है, पूरे विश्व में है। इस थॉट प्रोसेस ने जो जेंडर इक्वालिटी का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, उससे आने वाले 300 सालों तक पूरा नहीं होगा, ये उद्घोषणा कर दी है। अब दूसरा तथ्य, वैसे घड़ी मुझे बता रही है कि जो मुझे समय दिया गया है वो पूरा हो गया है, तो मैं बहुत विस्तार से इस बारे में चर्चा नहीं कर सकती। आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? आप शायद कहना चाह रहे हैं।
कौन मैम? नो मैम, आप बताइए, आगे कीजिए,
आगे
कंटिन्यू।
मैं कंटिन्यू कर लूं? हाँ जी। तो अब इसको और दूसरे तरीके से देखते हैं। हमारा थॉट प्रोसेस हमें इस तरीके से हिप्नोटाइज कर दिया गया कि हमें ये लगा ही नहीं कि महिलाओं के लिए भी कोई शब्दावली गढ़ी जानी चाहिए। वैसे भारत में भी और विश्व के दूसरे जगहों में भी इस विषय पे बड़ा काम हो रहा है, लेकिन इस काम होने के बावजूद अब आप मुझसे पूछना चाहेंगे कौन सा काम हो रहा है। देखिए, दो चीजें हैं जो हमें लिटरली हिप्नोटाइज करती हैं, एक मूवीज और दूसरा एडवर्टीजमेंट्स। वो आप अगर डे वन से जब एडवर्टीजमेंट के संसार ने एक सम्मोहन की दुनिया बनाई, तो आप चाहे वॉशिंग पाउडर का एडवर्टीजमेंट देखें या आप डिश वॉशर का एडवर्टीजमेंट देखें, सब जगह आप लोगों को, मुझे नहीं पता कितनों को जानकारी है, लेकिन मेघना मार्कले का अगर आपने पढ़ा होगा, सुना होगा, तो जब वो 11 वर्ष की थी तो अमेरिका में एक एड आया डिश वॉशर का कि महिलाओं को गंदे हाथों से छुटकारा देने के लिए किचन में आ गया है ये डिश वॉशर। तो उस बच्ची को, वो क्लास में थी, उन्होंने देखा और उनके जो मेल क्लासमेट्स थे उन्होंने बड़ा ही मजाक बनाते कहा, देखो तुम्हारी सुविधा के लिए आ गया। एक छोटी सी बच्ची को इतना हर्ट किया कि उन्होंने उस समय जो अमेरिका की फर्स्ट लेडी थी और खुद जो वो कंपनी थी जिसने ये डिश वॉशर बनाया था, बकायदा लेटर लिख के कहा कि ये गलत है, ये लैंगिक रूढ़िवादिता जो जेंडर स्टेरियोटाइप्स है, ये महिलाओं को बहुत नीचा दिखा रही है। इस चीज का इतना प्रभाव पड़ा कि वो एड बदला गया और बकायदा उस एड में वो महिला शब्द हटाकर ये कहा गया कि अमेरिका के लोगों को गंदे हाथों से छुटकारा देने के लिए ये डिश वॉशर आ गया। तो आप ये समझिए कि ये जब से एडवर्टीजमेंट का संसार या इतिहास है, तब से जितने भी एड बने, चाहे वो प्रकाशित हुए या चाहे प्रिंट मीडिया में आए, चाहे वो टेलीविजन के माध्यम से आए, उन्होंने इस रूढ़िवादिता का बकायदा पोषण किया कि महिलाओं की जगह किचन में है, महिलाओं की जगह कपड़े धोने के लिए, महिलाओं की जगह बर्तन धोने के लिए, और जो ये महिलाएं नहीं कर सकती वो अच्छी महिलाएं नहीं हैं। ठीक है, लेकिन ये इतनी कमाल की बात थी कि सिर्फ महिलाओं का अच्छा होना या बुरा होना, अगर वो अच्छे से बर्तन साफ कर सकती है, अच्छे से घर का ध्यान रख सकती है, तो वो बहुत अच्छी महिला है। आप सोचिए कितना कुंठित करने वाला माहौल, कितनी पीड़ादायक स्थिति कि एक महिला को अगर वो बर्तन अच्छे से साफ करेगी, कपड़े अच्छे से प्रेस करेगी, आज की तारीख में भी जो महिला अच्छा खाना नहीं बनाती है वो अच्छी महिला की श्रेणी में नहीं आती। तो आप किस लैंगिक समानता की बात कर रहे हैं? अब आती है बात, हाँ, इसमें से बहुत सारे लोग सुनने वाले कहेंगे ऋतु मैम, और मुझसे बड़े हैं वो मुझे ऋतु बहुत आराम से कह सकते हैं कि फिर ये नीले ड्रम वाली महिलाओं के बारे में आप कुछ नहीं कहेंगी। तो देखिए, ये बहुत विस्तार से बात करने वाली चर्चा है कि अचानक से कुछ महिलाओं का ऐसा उद्भव भी हुआ है जो नीले ड्रम तक भी पहुंचा देती हैं, लेकिन उन कुछ महिलाओं को अगर छोड़ दिया जाए तो अमूमन सुपर विमेन की कल्पना पूरा विश्व करता है। क्या है ये सुपर विमेन? अर्थात ये इक्वली अपने हस्बैंड के बराबर, अपने भाई के बराबर अर्न करें, बकायदा उतना कमाए, उतना नहीं कमा सकती तो कम से कम कुछ तो कमाए, है ना, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ घर के कामों में भी वो सहयोग नहीं करें, घर के कामों को वो करें। हाँ, अगर हस्बैंड बहुत लार्ज हार्टेड है, सास बहुत लार्ज हार्टेड है, तो वो आपको ये परमिशन दे देंगे, अच्छा चलो ठीक है, तुम्हारी हेल्प के लिए एक मेड रख ली जाएगी। आप किस जेंडर इक्वलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं? मैं बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहती हूँ, बहुत चुभने वाली बात लगती है। एक ही प्रोफेशन में, मैं कई बार अपने क्लासरूम में भी ये बात कहती हूँ, हस्बैंड जॉब कर रहा है और हस्बैंड वाइफ दोनों एक ही बैंक में जॉब कर रहे हैं, आपको कुछ कहने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ आप एक लंबी सांस लीजिए और खुद इमेजिन कीजिए कि दोनों सुबह जाते हैं, 9 बजे उन्हें बैंक पहुंचना है। एक वाइफ, एक महिला की क्या सुबह से कार्य रहता है और एक पुरुष का कार्य क्या रहता है। पुरुष जितने बजे भी उठेगा उसके सामने चाय होगी, उसके सामने न्यूज़पेपर होगा, वो इधर से उधर घूमेगा, वो वॉक करेगा, वो बात करेगा और उसके बाद वो अच्छे से तैयार होगा और वो बैंक पहुंच जाएगा। ठीक उसके वाइस वर्सा आप महिलाओं को देखिए, वो उठेंगी, सुबह जल्दी उठेंगी, अगर इन लॉज हैं तो उनका खाना बनाएंगी, बच्चे हैं तो बच्चों को तैयार करके उनका टिफिन बनाना है, अगर मेड आ रही है तो मेड को इंस्ट्रक्ट करना, वो मशीन का तरीके से काम करेंगी। दोनों एक ही गाड़ी में बैठ के जा रहे हैं, लेकिन महिला का उससे पहले की रूटीन देखिए और एक पुरुष की रूटीन देखिए। आने के बाद देखिए हस्बैंड बहुत थका हुआ है, वो आराम से चेयर पे बैठेगा, वो चाय पिएगा, और लेकिन वाइफ वो मशीन है, वो थकती नहीं है, वो इमीडिएटली किचन में जाएगी, वो फिर चाय बनाएगी, फिर वो दूसरे काम करेगी। ये जो हमारी जड़ों में ये जो व्यवस्था है वो इतनी गहरी बैठी हुई है। हाँ, जो महिला इस बात का विरोध करेगी कि नहीं मैं तुम्हारे इक्वली काम कर रही, तुम्हारे साथ इक्वल अर्न कर रही हूँ, तो ये जो वर्क डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है इसको क्या थोड़ा सा बांट नहीं लिया जाए, तो यकीन जानिए कि लगभग ये अंदाज से नहीं, मैं बहुत, क्योंकि मैं 27 सालों से ना केवल पढ़ा रही हूँ, मैं पढ़ने का भी प्रयास करती हूँ, मैं जिस समाज में रह रही हूँ उस समाज को भी जानने का प्रयास करती हूँ। लगभग 80 से 90% महिलाओं को अच्छी महिला की कैटेगरी से बाहर कर दिया जाएगा और ये कहा जाएगा अच्छा ये मर्द बनने की कोशिश कर रही हैं, ठीक है। और ये जो डर है ना अपनी प्रतिष्ठा को खोने का, चाहे वो प्रतिष्ठा घर पर हो चाहे घर से बाहर हो, ये महिलाओं को भीतर ही भीतर बीमार करता है, उनके भीतर डिप्रेशन। आपको चलिए मैं क्लोजिंग उसमें, क्योंकि मुझे जो ब्रजेश जी ने टाइम स्लॉट दिया था वो 12:50 का दिया था, 12:54 हो चुके हैं, लेकिन मैं आपसे 5 मिनट की और अनुमति मांगती हूँ। आप लोगों से मैं कितनों को जानकर कितनों को ये जानकारी है मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन मैं बड़ा कमाल की आपको बात बताती हूँ। आपके अनुमान से आप लोग जब न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ते हैं, आप जब बड़े बड़े राजनेताओं का भाषण सुनते हैं, तो आप सुनते होंगे इतने किसानों ने आत्महत्या कर ली, मतलब आपकी आत्मा हिल जाती है, आपको लगता है ये तो ब्राइट गिवर्स हैं, ये तो अन्नदाता हैं, इतने अन्नदाताओं ने आत्महत्या कर ली, हमारा देश सो रहा है, हम सो रहे हैं, हमारे राजनेता सो रहे हैं। क्या आपको पता है कि पिछले 20 सालों से जो आत्महत्या के आंकड़े सामने आ रहे हैं उसमें किसानों की आत्महत्या, देखिए मैं स्पेसिफिकली किसानों की बात इसलिए कर रही हूँ क्योंकि सबसे अधिक लाइमलाइट में ही आते हैं, अदरवाइज मेरा और कोई मोटिव नहीं है इस चीज को स्पेसिफाई करने का। 7वें नंबर पर है उनका, जो आंकड़ों के मुताबिक आपको हैरान की होगी कि दूसरे नंबर पे गृहिणियां आती हैं, हाउसवाइफ्स आती हैं। पूरे भारत में जो सबसे अधिक आत्महत्या होती है उसपे दूसरे स्थान पे गृहिणियां आती है। क्या आपने अभी तक कभी इसके बारे में सुना या कभी किसी एडिटोरियल में इसके बारे में आपने कोई आर्टिकल पढ़ा? नहीं, क्योंकि वो हमें परेशान ही नहीं करता, हमारे थॉट प्रोसेस को जगाता ही नहीं। अब आप ये सोचिए, ये गृहिणियां, ये घर में इनको क्या परेशानी होने लगती है कि ये आत्महत्या कर लेती है। ये बहुत बहुत पीड़ादायक है, सोचने वाली बात है। अमूमन हर गृहिणी जो घर में बच्चों को संभाल रही है, सास ससुर को संभाल रही है, वो एक नर्स की तरह से देखभाल करती है, वो किचन में भी काम कर रही है, वो सुबह से लेकर रात तक काम करती है, लेकिन लास्ट में से सुनने को क्या मिलता है? तुम पूरे दिन घर में करती क्या हो? इधर से उधर घूमती तो हो, उतने बीच में तुम इस काम को भी संभाल सकती हो, उस काम को भी संभाल सकती हो। अल्टीमेटली ये रोज रोज रोज, और अनफॉर्चुनेटली कमाई उसी को माना जाता है जो बाहर जाके कमाई जाए, चाहे वो 10,000 रुपए कमाए जाए। तो जिस महिला को सबसे अधिक रिस्पेक्ट मिलना चाहिए, जिस महिला के प्रति हमेशा हर सम्मान से हमारा सर झुकना चाहिए कि इसने उन सारी व्यवस्थाओं को, वो हाउस वाइफ, वो हाउस मैनेजर्स हैं, उन्होंने पूरे, क्योंकि उन्होंने घर को इतनी बेहतरी से संभाल रखा है, इसलिए घर के पुरुष सदस्य बाहर जाके तसल्ली से काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन हर किसी पुरुष, ऐसे विरले पुरुष होंगे जो ये कहते होंगे कि मेरी पत्नी के कारण ही मैं जो कुछ लाइफ में अच्छा अचीव कर पा रहा हूँ, पत्नी के कारण, क्योंकि मुझे घर की चिंता नहीं है। सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण से आप कहीं पर भी बैठे, पहला शब्द बनता है वो कुछ नहीं करती, और ये कुछ नहीं करना इतना अधिक पीड़ादायक होता है इन महिलाओं के लिए जिन्हें हम हाउस वाइफ्स कहते हैं। इतना डिसरिस्पेक्टफुली हम उनको ट्रीटमेंट देते हैं कि वो महिलाएं, वो पागल नहीं है, उनको दी जाने वाली निरंतर पीड़ाएं इतनी गहरी हैं कि अंतोतगतवा वो निरंतर आत्महत्याएं कर रही हैं, जिनके बारे में कहीं कोई चर्चा नहीं होती, किसी मंच से चर्चा नहीं होती, किसी प्लेटफॉर्म से चर्चा नहीं होती। यहाँ तक कि मैं इतनी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस और इतनी जगह जो भी कुछ जिन भी प्लेटफॉर्म्स को अटेंड करती हूँ, कहीं इस तरह की बात नहीं होती। रादर जब मैं ऐसे मुद्दे उठाती हूँ तो लोगों को लगता है कि ये मैम को कुछ लगता है ट्रीटमेंट की जरूरत है, ये तो पता नहीं कैसी बातों कर रही हैं जिनके बारे में हम कभी चर्चा ही नहीं करते। तो जेंडर इक्वालिटी एक कॉन्सेप्ट से ज्यादा एक थॉट प्रोसेस है। वो थॉट प्रोसेस जो तभी बदला जा सकता है जब सोशलाइजेशन का प्रोसेस चेंज होगा। सोशलाइजेशन का प्रोसेस कैसे चेंज होगा, वो हम चेंज करेंगे। हमें ये समझना होगा कि किसी किताब में, चाहे कोई धार्मिक ग्रंथ उठा के देखे या कोई वैज्ञानिक शोध उठा के देखे, किसी जगह नहीं लिखा गया है कि किसी भी झाड़ू पे महिला का नाम लिखा गया हो या किसी भी बर्तन पे महिला का नाम लिखा गया हो और किसी भी नौकरी पे पुरुष का नाम लिखा गया। ये शुरुआत में एक समझौता था कि भारी काम है, जो वीरता के काम, ये कह जोखिम भरे काम है, वो पुरुष संभालने लगे। पर धीरे 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 ये इतनी, जब पैसा, देखिए पैसा पावर देता है, पावर लालच देता है, और जब आपके पास ये पावर आ जाए ना, तो आपने देखा होगा जो दुनिया भर में राजनेता में से भारत की बात नहीं करी, 95 इयर्स की एज में भी अपनी जगह को नहीं छोड़ना चाहते। तो पावर इस दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा नशा है। और इस वक्त पिछले 400, 500, 600, 800 सालों से, हजारों सालों से ये नशा पुरुषों को प्राप्त हुआ है। वो सत्ता का नशा और वो डोमिनेंस का नशा, जिन्होंने महिलाओं को सदैव कमतर आंका है। मैं कभी ऐसी महिला की पक्षधर नहीं हूं, मैं स्वयं महिला हूं, लेकिन मैं किसी भी ऐसी महिला की पक्षधर नहीं हूं जो पुरुषों को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश करे। हाँ, लेकिन मैं ऐसे पुरुषों की भी पक्षधर नहीं हूं जो महिलाओं को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश करे। अगर इस समाज को चलाना है, इस संसार को चलाना है, परिवार को चलाना है, तो हमें इक्वल प्लेटफॉर्म पे खड़ा होना होगा। हमें चाहे वो बाहर के काम हो, दफ्तर पे जाने का काम हो या घर के काम हो, हमें इक्वली उसको साझा करना पड़ेगा। तभी हम जेंडर इक्वलिटी की बात पुरजोर तरीके से कर पाएंगे और ये आशा कर पाएंगे कि आने वाले समय में हमें जेंडर इक्वलिटी मिल जाए। अगर हम में से रोज सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति भी अपने थॉट प्रोसेस को चेंज कर पाए, तो 300 साल की जो अवधि दी गई है यूएन विमेन द्वारा, तो वो शायद 200 साल हो जाए। जब 1 से 2 और 2 से 4 हो तो शायद ये अवधि और कम हो जाए। लेकिन हाँ, इसमें समय लगेगा, क्योंकि विचारों को बदलने में पीढ़ियां लग जाती हैं। कानून को बनाने में, संविधान में परिवर्तन करने में 1 या 2 साल का समय लगता है। कुछ लोगों की तालियां, कुछ लोगों का विरोध, ये बिल्कुल अलग चीज है। लेकिन विचारधारा को बदलने में पीढ़ियां लग जाती, क्योंकि सबसे पीड़ादायक है अपनी सत्ता को छोड़ना और एक इक्वल प्लेटफॉर्म पे खड़े होना और किसी को अपने समीप, अपने साथ एक जगह लाके खड़ा करना। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच मैम। आज आपने जेंडर इक्वलिटी, मेरा मानना है कि जेंडर इक्वलिटी प्राप्त करने के लिए महिलाओं और पुरुषों, लड़कियों और लड़कों की भागीदारी आवश्यक है और ये सबकी जिम्मेदारी होनी चाहिए। आपने अपने लेक्चर्स में ये बात भी सिद्ध कर दी कि महिलाएं न केवल घर की शोभा बढ़ाती हैं बल्कि वे देश की ताकत भी होती हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। नेक्स्ट स्पीकर्स हमारे मिस्टर हृदय चतुर्वेदी। मिस्टर हृदय चतुर्वेदी, हाँ जी। लोकल एक्सपर्टाइज साइंस इन मिस्टर हृदय चतुर्वेदी, डिपार्टमेंट हेड fostering legal innovation. Hear his voice with joyful claps, exploring human rights through an educational lens. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's really a pleasure to be here. And
Thank you.
we are hearing Dr. Ritu, and she was very phenomenally speaking about the rights of
Not clear.
women. And yes, am I audible?
Clear नहीं है, sir.
Hello.
Continue कीजिए.
Yes, sir, audible.
Okay, right. So we have heard a lot of speakers in last 2 days, and probably every speaker has been has already dealt with every other aspect of right of women and specifically related to human rights, right? Uh, but when I go through the constitutional structure of right of women and human rights, the constitutional framers have never anticipated that the term gender equality and the empowerment of women should be interpreted in a term that the woman should be equalized to the man. Uh, let me illustrate a little. When Article 15, Clause 3 has been inserted in the Constitution, and probably Mr. Ankit sir has been already spoken about it. And so, when Article 15(3) was inserted into the Constitution, the state has been granted with the responsibility to proactively legislate in the favor of the woman so that the status of the woman socially and as well as legally can be uplifted into the society. Or similarly, but when we look into the structure or constitutional structure, when the constitutional framers was enacting Article 23 and 24, and when they were enacting a provision for compulsory service, similarly, on that hand, they didn't use the term gender, that we can discriminate on the basis of the gender for that compulsory service. So the idea behind it was not of a discrimination, but as well as of a gender equality. But the true sense of the gender equality is tried to be inculcated out of that constitutional fabric. That the idea was never of the equalizing the man and woman, but we truly believe but to inculcate the gender equality by identifying women as a woman and granting them rights. So the true meaning of the gender equality can be identified as that access to rights and of the opportunity without any kind of a gender bias. Right. But still, we have enacted our constitution in 1950, and we have a lot of enactments after that. There is a POSH, there is Domestic Violence Act, Indecent Representation of a Woman Act. On the other hand, we have the instruments to violate these laws so casually. For example, we do have an Indecent Representation of a Woman Act. We have do a Domestic Violence Act, but to institutionalize something or but to grant or to enact a law onto a particular problem of a woman does not simplify that problem. Now, what sort of problems we do have in our nation or worldwide as far as the gender equality or the right or the human rights of a woman are concerned? So there are mainly 3 or 4 problems which I can say right now. The first problem is the right to work without any kind of a discrimination. Right to work and right to work. When I am saying the right to work, and I do include daily wages or daily workers who are working, women who are working in a daily wages. I also include them in that sector. Second thing is right to education. Third is right to health. Fourth is a situation of a woman in a society or in a family, as previously the ma'am is speaking about it. But every other statute, okay, right. So I got a message that there is a kind of a problem with my voice here, right?
Yes, sir. वॉइस में आपके उधर से थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है सर कंटिन्यू करें Mr. Hitesh Chaturvedi, sir.
Yes. Am I audible right now?
Yes. Audible.
Okay. So if there is still any distraction in my voice, I will rightly sum up, right? So the major question which I do think about the problems of a woman in modern days, and since I am a professor of law and I am already concerned with the law, so I only focus on the legal aspect, that this is the problem which cannot be solved out by our legislators. We have almost 75 years of constitutional implementation, and still after 75 years we are really speaking about these issues, that the women are being discriminated continuously on almost on every sector of the human transaction, right? And we have seen the Domestic Violence Act, we have seen the POSH Act, and there are a regular violation of the POSH Act. Even the women are not aware about the uh, so-called process of the POSH Act, and the remedies which is available in the domestic violence are quite dilapidated remedies, and the state has not been considered the proactive remedies, the remedies which we do have in United States and United Kingdom. These are the really proactive remedies available to the women, and but our kind of legal system, we are lacking behind a lot from modern legal states like other modern legal states. So there might be very reasons for the same, like economic constraints, the social constraints, population burden. There can be n number of reasons can be cited for that, but still we cannot say that our legal system is competent enough to basically comprehend all these problems related to the women. The real question is not about the laws, or real question was not about how are we interpreting the laws. Our legal premise is very settled. We cannot say that we are not guaranteeing gender equality to the women. Article 14 is there, Article 19 is there, 21 is there. Even the Supreme Court judgment is the way the Supreme Court is interpreting these judgments modern days. They are very innovative judgments, and we must say that the Supreme Court is really articulating the gender equality in a true way. But the question is that up to what extent can we sort out this problem by way of legal interpretation and by way of new laws, or by enacting new laws? Probably there will be 100 new or 200 new legislation and unimplemented legislation which have their own lacunas will be there, and still we will be talking about after 50 years or 60 years that gender equality. Recently we have seen that National Commission for the Man bill is being presented in the parliament, right? So and previously we have a National Commission for Women. So the question cannot be sorted out by two extremist point of views. When I say that there is a feministic interpretation of the feministic jurisprudence, and on the other hand there are pseudo-feministic interpretations as well, pseudo-feministic jurisprudence as well. The true sense can only be articulated by the solution which has been suggested by previous speaker Ritu ma'am, and that is the sociological transaction. The every human problem cannot be sorted out by the legal methods. Law cannot be understood in the vacuum. The law can only be sensed and understood within the social fabric, and it is truly comparatively easier to design a new fabric rather than to insert a thread into the already pre-made fabric. And now we are inserting a new thread of gender equality and equalizing the woman and man on every aspect. And is it like inserting a new thread in the still a pre-made fabric rather than so we need to change the mindset of the individual. The way I am saying in educational aspect or in educational institution, the challenge is of understanding of the woman as well. I'm seeing the women who are much more qualified or much more interested in pursuing their academic careers rather than the boys in early life. The social fabric is being changed, but the real problem is that how are we inculcating the result in the younger generations? When I say the representation, indecent representation of a woman act, on the other hand, I may have gone through various apps in the modern days in which the woman itself or herself is very depicting the scenarios that is almost very sincerely handled by the government. We have seen the younger minds, the way the young minds has protested in Nepal, and the participation of women in that. So the woman is really being vocal about their rights, but the true sense of the gender equality only be inculcated when we do learn or when we do provide education about the gender equality to the younger minds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello. Thank you so much, sir. My next speaker, Mr. Aditya Agrawal. Mr. Aditya Agrawal,
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
please welcome, sir.
Am I visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hello.
Sir.
Okay.
Hello.
So a very good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries, academicians, students, peers, and all my dear friends attending this conference. I feel deep privilege while invited as a guest speaker to this conference, which talks about the human rights and the importance of gender justice in the 21st century. So starting with the importance of the human rights, as we see that human rights as highlighted under the provisions of the Indian Constitution, as inspired from the various international instruments, as we can see that Bill of Rights of the US Constitution and UN Declaration of Human Rights, there is ample development and base for taking inspiration for what all accomplishes to be the jurisprudence of human rights. They are so important whenever we look at the basic human rights which are provided. Every single human right, if you see carefully, highlights the importance which is to be attached to a human or to a human life for reason of their being humans. When we talk about the jurisprudence as laid down by the Honorable Supreme Court in the past judgments, we can very well refer to this judgment of ADF Jabalpur versus Shivkant Shukla, where the Honorable Supreme Court highlighted this thing in the majority of the opinion. When we talk about the majority of the opinion, the Supreme Court was of the opinion that human rights are given by the Indian Constitution. But when we talk about the minority opinion, as was placed in front by Justice H.R. Khanna, he was of the opinion that human rights are not the one given by the Constitution, but are inherent in a human by reason of his being a human. Human rights Constitution ने देके कुछ ऐसा नहीं किया है. वो human rights उनके पास वैसे भी conferred ही रहेंगे और उनके पास हमेशा से हैं by reason of their being humans. And when we talk about the whole bundle of the human rights, gender justice is a very important aspect of it. क्योंकि उसके बिना हम ये एक्सपेक्ट कर ही नहीं सकते कि एक लार्ज सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी इज फेसिंग सम सॉर्ट ऑफ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एंड प्रॉब्लम एंड देन वी आर प्रोसीडिंग फर्दर. सो द क्वेश्चन कम्स व्हेनेवर वी रेफर टू द jurisprudence provided under the Indian Constitution, there is this right to equality, where Article 14 talks about no person shall be deprived of equality before law or equal protection of law within the territory of India. Then we have Article 15 and 16, which talks about non-discrimination and promotion of women and children. Then the people come up with this thing, why we are providing advantage or we can say upliftment to the woman, when primarily we are talking about equality. जो हम इक्वालिटी की बात कर ही रहे हैं, तो स्पेशल ट्रीटमेंट क्यों प्रोवाइड करना है वुमेन को, चिल्ड्रन को? बट देन द बेसिक जुरिस्प्रूडेंस बिहाइंड दैट इज, आज अगर मैन यहाँ है, वुमेन यहाँ है, तो हमें उनको यहाँ तक लेके आना. We need to ensure the equality, and all these steps are there in the process of ensuring the equality. So again, with this, we need to see that there is enough jurisprudence available. There is enough base available for strengthening the human rights, the gender gap, the gap which is existing among the various sections of the society, balancing that particular gap as well. Now the people come up with this thing कि जब हम दूसरे genders की बात करते हैं तो we provide the same sex union, we recognize the same sex union, then why do we not recognize the same sex marriages? हम same sex unions की बात करते हैं but same sex marriage हम recognize नहीं करते अभी भी. Why so? Because we need to balance the things. हम gender rights भी जो हो गए, जो disparities भी हो गई, उनको भी balance उसी हद तक करेंगे जहाँ और aspects affect ना हो. And the reason behind this is very well being highlighted by the Supreme Court in the multiple judgments, more specifically in this case of Navteej Singh Johar versus Union of India of the year 2018 कि क्यों हम same sex unions को recognize कर सकते हैं but not the same sex marriages. Talking about the various laws which are there as already been highlighted by the respected speakers in the previous speeches, there are ample laws which are there to give effect to the rights of various communities of the society. Still, we see in practice there is enough discrimination. ठीक है, लॉज है, जुरिस्प्रूडेंस है, इनफ बेस अवेलेबल है, लेकिन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन तो आज भी होता है ना. काफी सारा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन आप देखोगे, काफी सारे बायसेस देखोगे, काफी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स देखोगे which is being faced by the multiple sections of the society, multiple genders of the society. Gay हो गए, lesbian हो गए, bisexual हो गए, transgenders हो गए, they are facing multiple problems. So for that, what I feel can be the best solution to do a education can be the best tool to do away with all the discriminatory practices, trying to generate empathy and sympathy among the different sections of the society, trying to imbibe the, you can say, sense of maturity among them. कि दूसरा जेंडर, दूसरा सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी क्या फील करता है, व्हाट इज द इफेक्ट ऑफ दिस प्रैक्टिसेस ऑन देम एंड व्हाट ऑल राइट्स दे शुड बी गिवन. क्योंकि लॉस तो आप देखोगे तो सारी चीजों के लिए है, सारे एस्पेक्ट्स के लिए है. वही बात है ना कि 299 300 आज भी आईपीसी का 299 300 तो है, लेकिन मर्डर कितने रुक रहे, वो आज भी होते हैं. क्रिमिनल प्रैक्टिसेस आर देयर. थेफ्ट हो गया, एक्सटॉर्शन हो गया, रेप हो गया, मोलेस्टेशन हो गया, वॉयरिज्म हो गया. देयर आर मल्टीपल एक्ट्स. What I feel that education can be the best tool to curb these practices. Same goes for these things. When we will imbibe the sense of maturity, the sense of sympathy and empathy, and will educate the community, then we can very well do away with all these discriminatory practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The next speaker, Mrs. Ansu Dwivedi. Mrs. Ansu Dwivedi. Please welcome ma'am.
Please unmute, ma'am. Please unmute.
Hello.
Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Anshu Dwivedi. I'm an assistant professor in Amity Law School, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh. My lecture is on the topic of human rights and gender justice. We have already seen a number of guest speakers are already talking about gender justice, human rights laws. We have discussed that part. What I felt is, we know that Ankit Rajput sir is already talking about transgender can be one more gender type. This can be given to them as well. And we have talked about this sir also. He has talked about a number of laws which is mentioned over there. Aditya Agrawal sir also, he's talking about a number of laws that can be constitutional provisions. He is talking about the implementation of the laws. So, but my point of consideration is only with respect to those points which can be lagging behind. We all know that there are a number of laws which are talking about the gender justice. It can be constitutional laws. We know that Article 14, Article 15, Article 39A. There are a number of case laws as well. We can see that. But the point of concentration is with respect to the implementation of those laws, right? For the implementation of the laws, what is the difference between the things? The laws are already been there. Yes, the way you're talking about the murder is also there, extortion is also there, but the things are still happening right now. So why we are lacking behind the implementation? This is the point of consideration here. With respect to the implementation, I must say this: there are various judgments which has been pronounced by the Supreme Court. Out of those, some of the judgment that I pointed out right now, which has passed in 2024 or 25 itself, which is talking about, which are providing for the more effective implementations of those laws, which are already being preparing over there. Right. So we all know that Article 15 talking about prohibition of discrimination on the basis of religion, race, caste, sex, which is talking about giving the special protection to women also. So for that purpose, if you will see, there's a judgment of the Supreme Court. That name of the judge is is talking about the reservation has to be given to the women in state bar councils as 30% reservation should be given. We all know that we have a right to practice. We all know that we have a right to work as well. Giving special reservation to them, we have under Article 15 Clause 3 itself, special protection has been given to the women and children. The state has to make the law. But the point is, with respect to the implementation, they are providing the judgments. With respect to implementation, one more thing I'm talking about, like Vishakha case also, sexual harassment at workplace. We have the laws, right to live with peaceful, right to work in an environment factor. But the point of consideration is how to implement it. They are providing the certain guidelines, so it can be more effective with respect to the implementations. So the Supreme Court nowadays, earlier also, the court is an effective mechanism for the implementation of those laws, for providing the effective implementing of those laws, and how it will implement the society, what are the lacunas that has been lag behind it. So they are providing certain guidelines for that purpose as well. So we have know that Mary Roy versus State of Kerala also, earlier also, right to property is a human right. Earlier also there are discriminations. So thereafter 2005, right has been given to the women also with respect to the right to property. Joseph Shine, earlier also the judgment will be there, protection on with respect to husband also, that like decriminalization of the adultery, that has been provided over there. So we all know that we have laws. There are certain things which has been implemented here. So the things, what the difference between the two, the laws are there. Implementation can be done by the Supreme Court, or by providing certain rules for the effective mechanism. The point of consideration, what I felt is, for the purpose of women, I'm talking about our biological clock as well as our growth clock. Both are coming at the same time. So it's not only about the law. There are certain things we are facing right now. At the age of 30, we are at that stage. We have to go to our, we have to manage our certain personal things as well. We are going to do the marriage. Uh, we have to sacrifice with respect. We need to procreate the child as well. On the same time, we have this growth rate as well, that we need to grow in our academic career or other careers also. So both, there are certain conflict in the implementation point of view. What I felt is, so law is there, implementation is going on, but with the passage of time, the things are giving the laws are providing the rights to the women. So yes, the things are getting lenient day by day. So I'm just going to conclude my point here itself, because the other speakers are already talking about a lot with respect to the gender justice, human rights, the laws which has been implementing here. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू सो मच मैम. आपने डिफरेंट डिफरेंट टाइप के केस आप जेंडर जस्टिस इक्विटी से आपने कनेक्ट किए. थैंक यू सो मच. नेक्स्ट, मिस्टर चंद्र प्रताप सिंह सिकरवार, डायरेक्टर ऑफ महात्मा गांधी कॉलेज ऑफ लॉ, ग्वालियर. His presidential speech will crown our session with strategic foresight. Grand ovation. Please, sir. मिस्टर चंद्र प्रताप सिंह सिकरवाल सर. सर आपका माइक म्यूट है सर. सर अनम्यूट कीजिए सर. मिस्टर चंद्र प्रताप सिंह सिकरवाल सर.
जी बस मैं जुड़ने वाला हूं अभी, 1 मिनट.
जी सर जी. प्लीज सर.
जी नमस्कार आप सभी को. निश्चित रूप से आज हमारा ये सेकंड डे है और ह्यूमन राइट्स एंड जेंडर्स एंड जस्टिस इन द 21st सेंचुरी को लेकर कल और आज काफ़ी डिस्कशन हुआ है विषय विशेषज्ञों के माध्यम से। कल मैं जो पेपर प्रेजेंट हुए उन्हें भी मैंने देखा सुना उसको, तो काफ़ी प्रसन्नता की विषय है कि इस पर काफ़ी रिसर्च भी चल रही है और डिस्कशन भी इस तरह से हो रहा है कि निश्चित रूप से हम किसी निष्कर्ष पर इस पूरे सेमिनार में जो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जिसको बोला गया है और इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है जिसमें देश विदेश के बहुत ही विद्वान हमारे विशेषज्ञ जुड़े हैं। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि ये जो निष्कर्ष निकलने वाला है अब जो चाहे वो पेपरों के माध्यम से हो चाहे विषय के विशेषज्ञों के माध्यम से जो बात सबने रखी है अपने स्तर पर, और इसमें बड़ी एक अच्छी बात यह है कि इसमें विशेषज्ञों ने जो अपने विषय रखे उसमें मतों में अंतर भी है, लेकिन अगर हम निष्कर्ष की बात करें तो मुझे लग रहा है कि हम जो अंतिम निष्कर्ष निकलेगा उसमें सभी लोग सहमत भी होंगे। कल भी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर चर्चा हुई और जेंडर जस्टिस को लेकर अलग अलग मत सबके थे और सभी ने अपना विषय बहुत अच्छी तरह से रखा और आज भी सुबह से निश्चित रूप से बहुत अच्छे विषय इसमें रखे जा रहे हैं। अगर भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्य की बात करूं तो ये विषय अति महत्वपूर्ण हैं और आने वाले समय में जो हम जस्टिस की बात कर रहे हैं तो निश्चित रूप से इन विषयों के माध्यम से हम निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचेंगे और फिर ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है इसका जो अंत में जो निष्कर्ष निकलेगा मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग सब प्रयास करेंगे कि उसको एक उचित फोरम पर लेकर जाएं, जिससे कि जहां पर योजनाएं बनती हैं जहां नीतियां बन रही हैं वहां पर भी ये सारी चीजें पहुंचनी चाहिए, जिससे कि नीति बनते वक्त जो भी हम योजना बनाते हैं चाहे सरकारी स्तर पर बनाए या किसी और स्तर पर भी, सामाजिक स्तर पर भी बहुत अधिक काम चल रहे हैं विभिन्न संस्थाओं के माध्यम से, तो यहाँ के जो निष्कर्ष होंगे निश्चित रूप से वो बड़े ही फायदेमंद होंगे और एक लंबी अवधि के लिए जब हम कोई योजना बनाते हैं तो उसमें ये निष्कर्ष बहुत प्रभावी होंगे। इसमें जो पेपर प्रेजेंट हुए हैं कल की भी बात मैं अगर करना चाहूँगा तो बहुत ही मुझे लग रहा है बहुत अध्ययन के साथ बहुत ही रिसर्च के बाद बहुत सारी बातें सामने आई हैं जो निश्चित रूप से जहाँ जेंडर जस्टिस की बात चल रही है ह्यूमन राइट्स को लेकर जो बात कर रहे हैं उसमें बहुत सारे निष्कर्ष निकल कर सामने आए हैं, तो इनमें बहुत अधिक काम करने की आवश्यकता भी है आने वाले समय में। देखिए कुल मिला के अर्बन एरियाज में अगर हम बात करें तो बहुत अवेयरनेस है और बहुत परिवर्तन भी देखने में आ रहे हैं समाज के अंदर, लेकिन अगर हम रूरल एरियाज की बात करें तो वहां पर अभी बहुत अधिक काम करने की आवश्यकता है और इस तरह के जो हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस है इससे जो निष्कर्ष निकलेगा निश्चित रूप से मुझे लगता है कि हमको प्रभावी रूप से उनको ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में नीतिगत रूप से जो भी योजनाएं बनेंगी उसमें अगर हम उसको प्रयोग करेंगे तो काफी अधिक फायदा मिलने वाला है। हालांकि समाज की जो सोच है वो 21वीं सदी की अगर मैं बात करें तो बहुत अधिक परिवर्तन अब आया है, क्योंकि शिक्षा का स्तर बहुत अच्छे लेवल पर आज बढ़ गया है और चाहे पुरुष हो चाहे महिला हो सभी लोग उच्च शिक्षा ग्रहण कर रहे हैं, इससे समाज में बहुत अच्छा परिवर्तन भी देखने में आ रहा है, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत अधिक काम करने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि ये जो परिवर्तन है ये हमको ऊपर स्तर पर तो दिख रहा है लेकिन अगर हम नीचे स्तर की बात करें ग्रामीण क्षेत्र की बात करें तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें बहुत अधिक काम करने की आवश्यकता भी है। तो कुल मिला के ये जो 2 दिवसीय हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस है जो ह्यूमन राइट्स और जेंडर जस्टिस को लेकर जो 21st सेंचुरी ये विषय जो हमारा है उसमें निश्चित रूप से काफी कुछ चीजें निकल कर सामने आएंगी और बहुत ही अनुसंधान परक ये पूरा सेशन रहा है और यहाँ का जो निष्कर्ष निकलेगा निश्चित रूप से वो बड़ा प्रभावी होगा और नीतिगत रूप से जब कोई काम होता है या कोई योजना बनाई जाती है हम प्रयास करेंगे हम लोग मिलकर कि वहां तक इसका निष्कर्ष पहुंचाया जा सके, जिससे कि इन सभी डिस्कशन जो भी कुछ हुए हैं चर्चाएं जो चली हैं उसका फायदा समाज को मिल सके, योजना बनाने वालों तक पहुंच सके सारी चीजें। मैं चूंकि 2 दिन से लगातार जुड़ा हूं, तो मैं सभी विद्वान जनों का भी बहुत आभार व्यक्त करूंगा कि वो हमसे जुड़े, चाहे हम राष्ट्रीय स्तर की बात करें चाहे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर की बात करें। सभी ने अपना बहुत अच्छा समय इस पर दिया है और बहुत ही विद्वान वक्ताओं के माध्यम से जो हमें जानकारी मिली है, जो हमको मार्गदर्शन मिला है, उनके विचार सुनने का अवसर मिला है, निश्चित रूप से हम सभी के लिए बड़ा प्रभावी भी है। तो मैं निश्चित रूप से आप सभी का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं कि ये विषय को लेकर जिस तरह से चर्चाएं इन दोनों दिनों में चली हैं, निश्चित रूप से बहुत प्रभावी होंगे। तो आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन कि आपने मुझे भी अवसर दिया इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल होने का। और मैं बड़ी गहराई से इन सभी विषयों पर अध्ययन भी कर रहा हूँ, मनन भी कर रहा हूँ और सुन भी रहा हूँ। निश्चित रूप से बड़ा प्रभावी है। तो आप सभी को एक बार पुनः बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आपने इस टॉपिक से संबंधित सभी को सुना और उसके बारे में बताया कि इन्होंने अच्छे अच्छे वक्तव्य अपने दिए। थैंक यू सो मच। वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए मैं इनवाइट करूंगी मिस्टर नोविन सिंह रावत सर, co-secretary and assistant professor at our college. Her vote of thanks will echo the day's Trimpler heartful applause for her voice. Please, Novin sir. Mr. Novin Singh Rawat. Yes, sir. Mr. Novin Singh Rawat here. Are you present, sir?
Good afternoon to all.
Mr. Novin Singh Rawat. Are you present, sir? Yes. Voice नहीं आ रही सर आपकी. You are not audible. One minute to wait, please, sir. Please, sir. Mr. टेक्निकल फॉल्ट आ रहा है, बस 1 minute वेट प्लीज. इसके बाद सभी प्रेजेंटर रेडी रहें, इसके बाद पेपर प्रेजेंट किए जाएंगे. तो जितने भी प्रेजेंटर आज की डेट में अवेलेबल हैं वो सभी रेडी रहें अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट करने के लिए। वेरी सॉरी, 1 मिनट, टेक्निकल फॉल्ट के कारण सर कनेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। अभी बस 1 मिनट में वो कनेक्ट हो जाएंगे।
Am I audible now? Hello?
Yeah, sir, audible.
Oh, sorry for the inconvenience. Due to technical glitch, I am unable to express my mic and video. What a wonderful session we have. First of all, I want to thanks respected Dr. Manuela Den, our esteemed chief guest and speaker. Thank you for your visionary insight that illuminated the path to true gender equality. Your words will inspire action for years to come. All our guests and speakers, like Mr. Ankit Rajput, we are grateful for your thoughtful perspective that bridges the theory and practice, enriching our discussion on justice. Dr. Ritu Saraswat, our keynote speaker, powerful keynote set the tone for transformative dialogue. Thank you for challenging us to rethink gender norms with evidence and empathy. Mr. Hitesh Chaturvedi, our guest speaker and the HOD from the Institute. Your practical strategies on implementation were a game changer, equipping us with tools for real world change. I would like to thank Mr. Adit Agrawal, another guest speaker. His innovative ideas that sparked hope and highlighted youth's role in gender justice. While Mrs. Ansu Dwivedi, her narratives brought human stories to life, reminding us why this fight matters deeply. Because the gender equality and gender justice. Our presidential speaker, Dr. Chandrapratap Sigarwar, expressed his thoughts about the conference from the yesterday. His presidential address, we thank for his leadership and unifying vision that tied our seminar together with the purpose and resolve. I would like to thank all the participants and paper presenters who advance our conference and shared knowledge for gender justice, gender equality. And in the final, my heartfelt thanks to the organizing team of Mahatma Gandhi College of Law, Gwalior, and the collaborated Social Science and Management Welfare Association. With deepest appreciation, let's pledge to advance gender justice together. Thank you all once again, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Before we conclude today's last session, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge and insightful perspectives. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants, delegates, and scholars who joined us from different parts of India and abroad. Your active presence and engagement made this session meaningful and successful. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of the organizing committee, the research team, all faculty members, and all those working behind the scene for their dedication and support in making this conference possible. Once again, thank you for being a part of today's session. Thank you. नेक्स्ट अब पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन किए जाएंगे, तो ऑल पार्टिसिपेंट्स रेडी रहें अपने पेपर प्रेजेंट के लिए। 1 बाय 1 उनके नाम लिए जाएंगे, प्लीज। इसके लिए मैं सौम्या मैम को बुलाती हूँ, वे आए और सेशन होस्टिंग करें।
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Soumya Gupta, Assistant Professor at Mahatma Gandhi College of Law and Research Center, Gwalior. Warmly welcome all the participants to today's International Conference on Human Rights and Gender Justice in the 21st Century. We are delighted to have you with us. Dr. Prabjit Sandhu, who is our session judge. Dr. Prabjit Sandhu brings over a decade of experience across academia, litigation, and research. She has practiced before the Delhi Court, various tribunals, and Supreme Court of India. Her research focuses on corporate law, gender justice, environmental law, intellectual property, and sustainable development. Dr. Sandhu has authored numerous publications, contributed books, chapters, and presented papers at national and international forums. Her work is distinguished by a strong commitment to bridging legal theory with practical application, promoting access to justice, and shaping meaningful legal policy. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, the screen is yours.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. So, respected chairperson, members of the organizing committee, all guests and dear participants, very good afternoon to all of you. I sincerely thank the conference organizing committee. Special thanks to Dr. Shraddha ma'am and Ankita ma'am for inviting me to be part of this meaningful discussion. I appreciate the efforts of the Mahatma Gandhi College for bringing together voices that believe in justice, equality, and dignity for all. Now, as we have already discussed a lot, we heard a lot about the gender justice. So I will speak very conclusively so that we can proceed further. So in very simple words, according to me, if we talk, it means treating every person, women, men, or any other gender with fairness, respect, and equal opportunity, I must say. Whenever we talk about the gender justice, why I'm noticing it, it has been in research also, we always talk about the female justice, like women justice. Why women becomes the victim every time? Is it really that women is a victim? Why this world exists gender justice? And when it comes in mind, why we always talk about women only, that women needs a justice, women needs a justice. Although I think it is for everyone, gender, when we talk about it is men also, it's a transgender also. And of course, it's a women also. But why we are always women-centric when we talk about gender justice? Being a woman, I don't think so. We are so suppressed class in the society. It is just made by the people who talk about in such a unfairness. They disrespect the females and they talk about later on about their equal rights. So gender justice is not about giving extra privileges. It is about removing barriers that stop people from living with dignity. It begins at homes, continues in schools and workplaces. And it must be protected by laws and social attitudes. So when we talk or when we ensure gender justice, we do not uplift one group alone. We strengthen families, institutions, and societies as a whole. So I don't want to linger out my speech. I just want to conclude with at last that with my own ideology, it is that if we want gender justice in true means, then it must start with us, means with every home, by treating everyone with respect and fairness in our everyday lives. Thank you all.
Yeah, ma'am. Even it's Dr. Anushi, ma'am, from Rajasthan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pravijit, ma'am, that it's not your only views, it's whole country's views that from our home it should be started, from our community it should be started, and there should be no gender bias at every places, at every platforms, exactly, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Prabjit, ma'am. We now move to the most important segment of our event, the paper presentation session. I invite all the participants who are presenting their paper today to kindly get ready. Each presenter will be given 3 minutes for their presentation, followed by a brief question and answer. I request everyone to keep their presentation concise and within the allotted time. Before we begin, I request everyone to kindly mute their microphones to avoid any disturbance. Now, I would like to invite our first presenter, Jitendra Sir, and Dr. Shrikant Bhartiye. Sir, the screen is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My title is Digital Society, Fake News and Human Rights, the role of scientific temper and critical thinking in protecting justice in the 21st century. जैसा कि हम आज देखते हैं, आजकल हम डिजिटल युग में जी रहे हैं, परंतु डिजिटल युग की भी दोहरी वास्तविकताएं हैं। दोहरी वास्तविकता से मतलब है कि एक तो ये सशक्तिकरण के रूप में काम करता है, वहीं इसकी गंभीर चुनौतियों का सामना भी हमें करना पड़ता है। सशक्तिकरण में देखा जाए तो आज विश्व में 5 अरब से अधिक इंटरनेट उपयोग करता है। दूसरा, ये एक लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया का भी एक बहुत अच्छा हिस्सा है। त्वरित सूचनाओं को भेजना, लेना, सूचनाओं का आदान प्रदान, संपर्क स्थापित करने में भी ये डिजिटल युग हमारे मतलब डिजिटल चीजें हमारे काम में आती है। परंतु इसकी गंभीर चुनौतियों में देखा जाए तो गलत सूचनाओं और भ्रामक सूचनाओं का प्रसार, डीप फेक और कृत्रिम मीडिया बनना, इसके अलावा एल्गोरिथ्म द्वारा घृणा का प्रसार, लैंगिक ऑनलाइन हिंसाएं, ये सब इसकी गंभीर चुनौतियां हैं। हम कह सकते हैं कि सोशल मीडिया मंच पर समाचार का प्रमुख स्रोत बन गया है, परंतु भावात्मक रूप से उत्तेजित झूठी सूचनाओं को भी बढ़ावा देते आ रहे हैं। मानव अधिकारों पर भी प्रत्यक्ष खतरा नजर आ रहा है। गलत सूचनाएं और मानव अधिकारों पर खतरा बन गया है। मानव अधिकार जैसे जीवन का अधिकार पर खतरा, भीड़ और हिंसा, लीचिंग की घटनाएं। दूसरा अधिकार, स्वास्थ्य का अधिकार पर खतरा, कोविड से जुड़े झूठे उपचार। तीसरा खतरा, गरिमा की निजता पर खतरा अपना, डीप फेक यौन सामग्री द्वारा उत्पीड़न। चौथा, लोकतांत्रिक सहभागिता पर खतरा, चुनावी हेरफेर और राजनीतिक अस्थिरता आदि। ये हमारे मानव अधिकारों पर प्रत्यक्ष खतरे हैं। गलत सूचना केवल शोर ही नहीं, यह मानव अधिकारों को मानवीय क्षति पहुंचाती है। हम ये कह सकते हैं कि डिजिटल युग में इस डिजिटल युग में विश्व में गलत सूचनाओं की एक सुनामी सी आ गई है। भारत में गलत सूचनाओं की त्रासदी, जैसे 1 अप्रैल 2017 की घटना, पहलू खान लीचिंग, अलवर राजस्थान में पशु परिवहन से जुड़ी अफवाहों के कारण भीड़ द्वारा हमला। 8 जून 2018 को करबी ओंगल लोंग भीड़ हत्या, असम में व्हाट्सएप अफवाहों से व्यक्तियों की हत्या। 2020-21 में कोविड, 2019 गलत सूचनाएं, झूठे उपचारों से स्वास्थ्य पर गंभीर क्षति। उस टाइम यूट्यूब पर भी तरह तरह के उपचार बताए जा रहे थे कि कोविड वैक्सीन की लगाने के भी भ्रम फैलाई जा रही थी, कोविड वैक्सीन न लगाई जाए, इस तरह के। 6 नवंबर 2023, रश्मिका मंदाना डीप फेक, महिलाओं की गंभीर डिजिटल आघात। रश्मिका मंदाना डीप फेक केस सबको याद है, जिसमें उनकी वीडियो पर फोटो गलत जगह लगाकर वीडियो बनाया गया था, फेक वीडियो। 2023-24 मणिपुर हिंसा, वायरल वीडियो से सामुदायिक तनाव में वृद्धि। इसी प्रकार विश्व में भी ऐसी घटनाएं घटित हुई है, जैसे म्यांमार 2012-2017, रोहिंग्या संकट, सोशल मीडिया गलत सूचना से जातीय हिंसा और मानवीय त्रासदी। यूक्रेन 2016-2022, मार्च 2016 2022 में जेलेंस्की समर्पण डीप फेक। तीसरा, अमेरिका में भी ऐसी घटना घटी हुई थी और AI डीप फेक वीडियो बनाए गए थे।
Sir, please conclude your topic, please.
कंक्लूड में मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि जितनी भी अपने डिजिटल रूप से आज के टाइम पर दुष्प्रभाव फैलाए जा रहे हैं, इनको वैज्ञानिक स्वभाव के द्वारा वैज्ञानिक पद्धति अपनाकर इनको ठीक कर सकते हैं। जैसे वैज्ञानिक पद्धति में हम देखते हैं अवलोकन, किसी भी सूचना को ध्यानपूर्वक देखना, प्रश्न करना, कोई भी चीज अगर सोशल मीडिया पे आती है वो सही है क्या गलत है। हम क्या करते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पे जो भी चीज आती है उसको झट से शेयर कर देते हैं, ना उसको बस थोड़ा सा जानते हैं, वो गलत सूचना का झट से प्रसार कर देते हैं। तो उस सूचना को एक बार ढंग से देखना, उस पर प्रश्न करना कि ये वाकई में गलत है कि सही है। तीसरा, इसकी उस सूचना के स्रोत की जांच करना कि जो ये सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू अपने पास जो चीज आई है, कंटेंट आए, वो उसकी जांच करें कि वो सही जगह से आए कि नहीं आए। उसके प्रमाणों की खोज करना, मतलब वो साक्ष्य कहीं और पे देखा जाए, कहीं और न्यूज चैनल पे देखा जाए कि वाकई में सही घटना है कि नहीं है, उसका विश्लेषण करना किसी घटना का, फिर निष्कर्ष निकालना उसका, और उसके बाद ही जब आपको लगे, ये कंफर्म हो जाए कि वो चीज सही है, तब जाके हम सोशल मीडिया पे उसको आगे बढ़ाएं। तो सोशल मीडिया पे गलत सूचनाओं का प्रभाव को रोकने में वैज्ञानिक पद्धति बहुत काम में आती है। अगर व्यक्ति शुरू से ही वैज्ञानिक पद्धति के अनुसार अपने स्वभाव को ठीक करे, वैज्ञानिक स्वभाव अपनाए, तो सूचनाओं को वो अवलोकन करेगा, प्रश्न करेगा, स्रोत की जांच करेगा, प्रमाण की खोजेगा, विश्लेषण करेगा।
Conclude it fast.
हाँ, तो मेरा कंक्लूजन यही है कि अगर इसको शिक्षा प्रणाली में लाया जाए और बचपन से ही शिक्षा के अंदर अगर पाठ्यक्रम में वैज्ञानिक स्वभाव से संबंधित चीजों को समझाया जाए कि वैज्ञानिक पद्धति बच्चों को कैसे अपनानी है, कैसे नहीं अपनानी है, डिजिटल खतरों के बारे पाठ्यक्रम में पढ़ाया जाए, तो हम लोगों को कई चीजों से बचा सकते हैं। इस फेक प्रणाली, फेक न्यूज से बचा सकते हैं, हिंसाओं से बचा सकते हैं, वो बच्चों उनको ट्रेंड कर सकते हैं ताकि ऐसी हिंसा न हो। बस मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा।
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Hemlata ma'am. Hemlata ma'am, are you there? The next presenter is Gitangshu Deva Sharma, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
I cannot share the screen, ma'am. Can you allow me to share the screen?
Share the screen. I think PPT doesn't.
Okay.
This thing is disabled, I guess. If you can allow me to.
Pardon, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
सर आपकी वॉइस
आवाज
क्लियर नहीं है
नहीं
सर।
है, sir.
No, I was asking if you can permit me to share the screen, ma'am.
Sir, voice is not clear, sir.
Ma'am, can you allow me to share the screen, ma'am?
आप अपने मोबाइल से स्क्रीन शेयर कर सकते हैं।
जी, now it has come.
बहुत दिक्कत है।
Ma'am, can you see the screen?
Next one.
हाँ, हो।
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir,
So good afternoon.
and
Yes, sir.
that's visible.
Yes, ma'am. Myself, Gitangshu Deva Sharma, Research Scholar, Development of Economics in STM. Title form of the paper is Self-Expenditure, Gender Inequality, and the Right to Health in Assam, Human Rights Perspective in the 21st Century. The main overview for this paper is women health in Assam lies at the intersection of human rights, gender justice, and socio-economic vulnerability. Despite constitutional guarantees and the World Health Organization and United Nations Human Rights Framework, gender gaps in health spending and access persist. Some barriers are there, such as poverty, restricted social norms, inadequate health infrastructure, and climate vulnerabilities. And there is violation of women's health rights occur through discrimination, treatment delays, and limited reproductive services. This paper reviews the role of government schemes, gender responsive budgeting, and frontline workers. And mainly, this paper concludes with that right-based gender justice system integrated modern care with community health knowledge is essential. The main methodology for this paper include mainly it is based on qualitative analytical approach and based on secondary data. Key sources include an NFHS, NSSO data, NHM report, and MOHFW documents. A right-based analytical framework has been applied to link findings with human rights, gender justice, and policy obligations. There is support evidence-based insights for a gender-just, right-based health system.
Gitanshu, sorry to interrupt you, Gitanshu. I will just ask you the findings of your papers. If you can please represent that to us.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Main findings for this paper are women in Assam face persistent gender gaps in health spending and access, especially among poor and marginalized communities. Number 2, high out-of-pocket costs for medicine, diagnostics, and transport disproportionality undermine women's health. Number 3, chronic infrastructure shortages such as radiologists, energy obstetrics care, functional public health center limit women's right to quality care. Number 4, poverty, restrictive social norms, and climate shocks such as class displacement complex women health vulnerability. There is some existing government schemes such as National Health Mission, JSY, PMJY, and Natal Amrit Abhiyan have limited reach due to awareness, coverage, and outreach gaps. ASHA and frontline health workers are essential to women's success but remain undervalued and under-resourced. Indigenous knowledge system and community herbal initiative offer low-cost, culturally appropriate pathways to strengthen women's health and autonomy. Finally, concluding my paper with health spending gaps, gender discrimination and right violations are interconnected barriers limiting women's access to quality health care. Assam must adopt gender responsive health financial to reduce out-of-pocket costs, strengthen primary care, and ensure equitable resource allocation. Mainly advancing women's health is essential for human capital, economic growth, and achieving an equitable and sustainable development path for Assam. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, any question?
No, I just want to know that you're talking about the Assam health policies, I guess. You want to mention that also in that.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you mention any one policy, what is going on there and is not being properly implemented according to you?
Ma'am, there is a policy named Arunodaya here. According to this policy, there amount of money has been given to women, but all the women that is need to get this money is not properly getting due to lack in the supply or the proper initiative, ma'am. Nothing only, ma'am.
All right. All right.
Okay, ma'am.
We can call next, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter is Dr. Ranjit Kumar Varre. Are you there, sir? Dr. Ranjit Kumar Varre. The next presenter is Mayuri Mukund Bhonde and Dr. Deepak H. Lokhande. Next presenter is Dr. Reena Rani Jat and Mrs. Roli Srivastav. Dr. Reena Rani Jat and Mrs. Roli Srivastav. Next is Shushma Tiwari.
Srimati Ranjana Rawat. Are you there? Srimati Ranjana Rawat.
इसका हो गया स्नेहा पटेल।
Dr. Rakesh Singh Pakhalia. Prashant Prabhakar.
Yes, madam, I'm present.
Okay,
Rakesh
sir.
Singh Faklia.
The screen is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. जो मेरा विषय है डॉक्टर अंबेडकर का दलित मानवाधिकार आंदोलन पे योगदान पे है, क्योंकि मेरा सब्जेक्ट दलित एंड ट्राइबल स्टडीज है, तो मैंने सोचा कि इसी पे ही पेपर प्रस्तुत किया जाए। कल से हम लोग सर मैम मानवाधिकार पे बात कर रहे हैं, जेंडर समानता की बात कर रहे हैं, और अभी हमारे बीच में मैडम ने ही बोला था कि महिलाओं पे ही आखिर अधिकार या उनको ही क्यों कोसा जाता है या उनको बीच में लाया जाता है। तो जहां तक मैं समझता हूं कि कुल मिला के जितने भी जो मानव अधिकार या जो जेंडर समानता की जो बात है, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं हम सब समाज के लोगों का ही उसमें योगदान है। क्यों? क्योंकि जहां हम लोग महिलाओं को जब अपेक्षा की बात करते हैं, हम अपने परिवार में जब देखते हैं कि माँ भी कहती है कि अपने बच्चे को देखो भैया ने और आप जो है बहन वो ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए, तो वही हम लोग परवरिश में ही बेटी को घर में ही वो कर देते। तो ये हमारा समाज में ही शायद मुझे लगता है कि जो हमारा जो समाज है जिसमें हम सभी लोग हैं, हम लोग इसके जिम्मेदार हैं। और चाहे अगर हम लोग आज के बाद विकसित भारत तक भी अगर हम लोग इस विषय पे चर्चा करें, तो हम लोग अबला नारी की ही बात चर्चा करते रहेंगे। क्यों? क्योंकि हम लोग उस पर सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम अपने। और जहां तक क्योंकि मेरा विषय दलित मानवाधिकार पे था, तो मैं मानवाधिकार क्योंकि जेंडर पे बात हो रही थी, तो मैंने कहा अपनी भी उसमें बात रख लूं। तो जो मानव अधिकार पे है, तो जो मानव अधिकार है उससे हमें यह पता चलता है कि जो मानव के जो अधिकारों का जो हनन हो रहा है उसी वो मानव अधिकार है। अगर हम इसके हिस्ट्री देखते हैं तो जो संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ ने 10 दिसंबर 1848 को इसको निकाला और पूरे संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ द्वारा पूरे सारे देशों में इसको लागू करवाया। क्यों? उसके पीछे भी ये था कि प्रथम विश्व युद्ध से दूसरे विश्व युद्ध में जिस तरह से वहां के सैनिकों के साथ दुर्व्यवहार होते थे, उनके अधिकारों का हनन होता था, तो उस रूप में मानव अधिकार का एक चलन हुआ कि मानव के रक्षा की जाए। अगर हम लोग भारत के संदर्भ में देखें, भारत हमारा जो देश है और हमारा देश में जो एक जो सामाजिक व्यवस्था है वो हम सभी जानते हैं कि वर्ग वर्ण व्यवस्था है। तो उसके कारण जहाँ हम लोग महिलाओं की बात कर रहे हैं, जहाँ हम पुरुष की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां पर एक ऐसा समुदाय है जिसमें दलित या जिनको अछूत भी कहा जाता था उस समय। तो अभी भी जो है उन अछूतों, अभी भी जब हम अगर मानव अधिकार की रिपोर्ट पर हैं, तो सबसे ज्यादा जो हनन होता है वो मानव अधिकार जिसमें हिंसा भेदभाव से संबंधित है, मानव के भेदभाव। और ये भेदभाव किनके साथ हो रहा है? हम लोग समाज में सवर्ण के लोग के साथ नहीं देखते हैं, तो इन्हीं लोगों के साथ में हमारा भेदभाव है। तो उसी रूप में जब डॉक्टर अंबेडकर को 1927 और 1930 में दो एक ऐसे बड़े आंदोलन किए थे, जिसमें महाड़ का 14 तालाब आंदोलन और नासिक का कालाराम मंदिर आता है। और इसमें यह कहानी है कि जो जिस समय पूरे समाज को एक सभी मानव समझा जाता था, सभी एक धर्म के रूप में माना जाता था, तो वहीं पर जब मुंबई विधानसभा परिषद में एस बोले जी थे, उन्होंने अगस्त 1923 में 23 में एक प्रस्ताव पारित किया कि जो भी सरकारी के रुपयों के द्वारा जो मानव के अधिकार, शिक्षा और उनके जो क्या कहेंगे जो विद्यालय है और कुआं जलाशय है, पीने का अधिकार, उन सभी अछूत लोगों को दिया जाए। और वहीं पर क्या होता है कि महाराष्ट्र के सभी जिलों में उसको लागू किया जाता है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र के कोलाबा जिला और महाड़ जो एक नगर पालिका था, वहां पर इस आदेश को नहीं माना जाता है और वहां पर उन लोगों को वहां पानी पीने का अधिकार नहीं दिया जाता है। जब वहां पर डॉक्टर अंबेडकर सभी लोग को एकत्रित करते हुए वहां महाड़ तालाब सत्याग्रह करते हैं, और सत्याग्रह करने के कारण भी डॉक्टर अंबेडकर का ये था कि हम भी एक मानव हैं, जब वहाँ हर वर्ग के इंसान और हर धर्म के लोग और जानवर भी जब वहाँ पानी पी सकते हैं तो हम लोग क्यों नहीं पी सकते। और वो वहाँ पर एक आंदोलन खड़ा करते हैं और वहाँ पर पानी पीते हैं। और उस पानी पीने के बाद वहाँ पर की जो सामाजिक व्यवस्था थी उसके कारण वहाँ पर उस नदी को ही शुद्धिकरण किया जाता है और तमाम चीजें उन अछूत जो उस समय अछूत लोग जो पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे थे उन लोग को वहां पर मारा पीटा जाता है। और जब यह केस जब आपके न्यायालय में चला जाता है तब 1936 में लगभग 10 साल बाद उनको न्याय मिलता है कि वहां पर सार्वजनिक जगह में भी जो महा तालाब है वहां पर पानी पी सकते हैं। उसी तरह से कालाराम मंदिर भी था जिसमें सभी के लिए प्रवेश था लेकिन अछूतों के लिए वहां पर नहीं था। तो इसीलिए डॉक्टर अंबेडकर भी वहां पर आंदोलन करते हैं और उस मंदिर प्रवेश करने में भी उनका यही एक जब उन्होंने उनके बहिष्कृत भारत पत्रिका में जब उनके लेखों के बारे में कहा जाता है उनके आंदोलन के बारे में तो वहां पर वही कहते हैं तो यही कहते हैं कि मैं सिर्फ इसलिए कर रहा हूं क्योंकि हम भी जो अछूत लोग हैं यहाँ पर हम भी मानव हैं और जो मानव अधिकार सभी को मिल रहा है तो हमें भी मिलना चाहिए। तो अगर हम लोग जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि जब जितने भी अगर हम मानव अधिकार से समझ लेते हैं तो सबसे ज्यादा जो ये भेदभाव के कारण ही है, जाति भेदभाव के कारण। अगर महिलाओं की बात करें, महिलाओं की समानता की बात, तो महिलाओं में भी जहां पर वर्ग आ जाता है, वर्ण आ जाता है, तो वहां पर भी वहां पर स्थिति अलग है। तो यही कहना चाह रहा था कि हमें समाज को और हम लोगों को सबसे पहले परिवर्तन होना है कि हमें अपने ही घर में जो चाहे बेटी है और लड़का भी है तो उनको पहले से ही शिक्षा देनी है। अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर कई निर्भया जैसे कांड जघन्य अपराध हो जाते हैं तो वहां पर भी हम लोग उसके घर वाले जो है लड़के के घर वाले अपने बेटे को दोषी नहीं ठहराएंगे, वहां पर महिला को कहेंगे कि महिला इतनी रात में क्यों ठहरी। तो ये चीजें कई तमाम है जो इतने कम समय में नहीं बात कर सकते, फिर भी आप लोग ने मुझे अपनी बात रखने का मौका दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Any question?
Vimla ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
मैम रोली मैम और रीना मैम को कुछ टेक्निकल इशू हो रहा है तो उनका कॉल आया मेरे पास कि आप एज को ऑथर हमारा पेपर प्रेजेंट कर दीजिए। तो अगर आप अलाउ करें तो क्या मैं एज को ऑथर उनका पेपर प्रेजेंट कर सकती हूँ?
यस मैम। इनके बाद आपका नाम बता दें।
श्योर
जी।
Dr. Prabhjit Sindhu ma'am, any question?
We can proceed further. It was very well.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter is Dr. Nitin Pandey, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. And my topic is legal and judicial intricacies due to which women can't get justice. And it is the main reason to maintain inequality or equal opportunities. So, as we all know that centuries have come, centuries have gone, but the plight of women will never change. Women have been discriminated since the time immemorial. They have been beaten, they have been tortured, even they are struggling their very basic rights of life in the four wall of their own home. As we can see that most of the cases goes undetected and unreported. And as although we have lots of laws and legislation, still women remain unsafe. Even in 21st century, when we talk about gender equality, there is a urgent need to talk discrimination which is faced by the women even in 21st century. So for this research paper, we collected data from 80 participants, 80 respondents, and respondent will be chosen by random sampling. and doctrinal sampling method will be used in this research. And finding is legal intricacies, like there are lots of laws but strict implementation is still needed, and we are facing because most of the investigating agencies are not cooperating each other. There are clear cut gaps seen in the cooperation and coordination among the investigating agencies. And when we are talking about the judicial intricacies part, then we can collect the data, and it shows that we have lots of disputes, and with comparison to number of disputes, there are lack number of judges and courts are there. So there is a urgent need to maintain judiciary effective and very much efficient, so that women do not left their fight in the middle without getting any justice. Although we have lots of laws and guidelines which were passed previously by the Supreme Court, like Bhavri Devi case, and just after Vishakha case, we have POSH Act, and after Nirbhaya, we have POSCO. But still, there is a mindset that women is a second kind of gender, and she is not powerful as male. So there is urgent need to change mindset so that we can maintain equality. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
For your presentation. Ma'am, any question?
So, ma'am, it is going to be empirical study, right?
Yes, ma'am, exactly.
Okay. So I'll be waiting for the paper. Conclusion will be fruitful, I guess.
Thank you, ma'am. Definitely, I will be submitting. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. The next presenter is Prashant Prabhakar, sir. Prashant Prabhakar, sir.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the screen is yours.
Hello. जी मैम. My name is Prashant Prabhakar, research scholar in PK University, शिवपुरी से हूँ. मेरा टॉपिक है वुमेन्स राइट्स इन द 21st century, प्रोग्रेस, गैप्स एंड ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस. मेरा सार ये है कि 21वीं सदी मानव सभ्यता के इतिहास में एक निर्णायक मोड़ है, जहां मानवाधिकारों की परिभाषा को नए सिरे से गढ़ा जा रहा है. इस पुनर्परिभाषा के केंद्र में लैंगिक न्याय है. यह शोध पत्र इस बात का गहन विश्लेषण करता है कि कैसे महिलाओं के अधिकार अब केवल संरक्षण की मांग तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि वे समानता, स्वतंत्रता और सशक्तिकरण के व्यापक आयामों को छू रहे हैं. यह अध्ययन अंतरराष्ट्रीय संधियों जैसे CEWAW और राष्ट्रीय कानूनों के प्रभाव को मूल्यांकन करता है. इसके अतिरिक्त यह शोध पत्र निर्भया कांड, 3 तलाक, सबरीमाला जैसे ऐतिहासिक न्यायिक फैसलों का विश्लेषण करता है, जो 21वीं सदी के बदलते प्रतिमानों को दर्शाते हैं. साथ ही यह उन संरचनात्मक और सामाजिक अंतरालों को उजागर करता है जो वैधानिक प्रगति के बावजूद महिलाओं को पीछे धकेल रहे हैं. अंत में यह शोध पत्र जलवायु परिवर्तन, डिजिटल डिवाइस और आधुनिक संघर्षों जैसी उभरती हुई वैश्विक चुनौतियों के संदर्भ में लैंगिक न्याय के भविष्य की रूपरेखा तैयार करता है. मुख्य शब्द हैं मेरे: लैंगिक न्याय, मानवाधिकार, पितृसत्ता, संवैधानिक नैतिकता, डिजिटल अंतर, सतत विकास लक्ष्य. थैंक यू मैम.
Ma'am, any question? मैम, आप अनम्यूट कीजिए अपना माइक. मैम.
Okay, I just want to know his findings in Crux, if he can explain me that.
जी मैम, अभी क्या है, मेरा रिसर्च पेपर अभी तैयार नहीं हुआ है जो मैं सबमिट करने वाला हूँ. अभी मैंने कंक्लूजन तैयार किया है, वो आपको मैंने प्रेजेंट कर दिया है. जी,
Thank
थैंक
you,
यू मैम.
sir, for the presentation. The next presenter is Dr. Suman Devi ma'am. Dr. Suman Devi ma'am. Next is Anshu Pandey.
Hello, ma'am. Dr. Suman.
Ma'am,
Hello?
the screen is yours.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. बोलिए. Continue.
जी जी जी, थैंक यू मैम. मैम, मेरा टॉपिक है मानवाधिकार और लैंगिक न्याय. मानव अधिकार का मूल आधार लैंगिक समानता से है, जहां लैंगिक न्याय सभी के लिए समान अधिकार, अवसर और सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करता है. यह कानूनी, सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक असमानताओं को दूर करने पर केंद्रित है. भारत में यह संवैधानिक प्रावधानों से जुड़ा हुआ महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है. लैंगिक न्याय पुरुषों और महिलाओं के बीच कानून व व्यवहार में असमानताओं को समाप्त करता है तथा उनके निवारण का प्रावधान भी करता है. यह मानव विकास और समावेशी समाज के लिए आवश्यक है. संयुक्त राष्ट्र जैसे संगठन इसे समग्र दृष्टिकोण से लागू करने पर जोर देते हैं. लैंगिक न्याय प्राचीन काल से ही विद्यमान है. उदाहरण के लिए रामायण में राम के निर्णय न्याय नारी सम्मान पर आधारित है. सबरी केवट प्रसंग में जहां वर्ण जाति के भेदभाव को अस्वीकार किया गया है. सीता का चरित्र नारी शक्ति का प्रतीक है, जो आधुनिक लैंगिक न्याय विमर्श को प्रेरित करता है. यह सामाजिक समरसता के सिद्धांत को प्रस्तुत करता है, जहां सभी वर्गों को समान अवसर मिले. मैम, मेरा एक है मेरा मैम, मैं बात कर सकती हूँ उस पे? हेलो.
यस मैम.
हेलो. जी मैम, मेरी आवाज जा रही है आप तक?
जी मैम, यू आर ऑडिबल. बताइए.
जी मैम, जहाँ की लैंगिक असमानता की बात हो रही थी, तो वहाँ मैम जो दिव्यांग स्त्री पुरुष हैं, उनके साथ जो मैम भेदभाव होता है, उस पर मैम मैं कुछ बात करना चाहूंगी. उसका मैम प्रूफ भी है. एक मेरे साथ सहयोगी थी, वो भी वर्क प्लेस पे उनके साथ भेदभाव होता है. क्योंकि वो केमिस्ट्री से मैम उन्होंने PhD किया था और इस समय वो कहीं मतलब है गेस्ट लेक्चरर हैं. तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा, तो मैंने आपके कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में बताया कि आप वहाँ अपनी बात रख सकते हैं और बता भी सकते हैं. तो मैम ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है कि मैम सामान्य लोग उसको फेस करते हैं, लेकिन हम दिव्यांग लोग जो स्त्री हो चाहे पुरुष हो, उनके साथ भी मैम बहुत समाज में भेदभाव होता है. वर्किंग प्लेस पे भी बहुत भेदभाव होता है. तो इसके लिए क्या सजेशन देना चाहेंगे आप लोग?
आप अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में क्या सजेशन देना चाहती हैं?
मैम, मेरा जो प्रेजेंटेशन था वो मैंने प्रेजेंट कर दिया है. और मैम एक दो प्रॉब्लम थी, वो मैंने आपके साथ शेयर किया.
अच्छा, आप सजेशन चाह रही हैं. प्रभुजीत मैम, प्लीज सजेस्ट.
I think that is something personal thing. We can talk separately about it. Let's discuss here only papers. Right now.
जी.
As we are like shorting with time also. So we can discuss it definitely. But I think privately we can discuss it, right?
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter is Anshu Pandey. Next is Neeti Vasisht. Neeti Vasisht, are you there? Next is Kumari Bharti.
यस मैम. गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल. मेरा टॉपिक है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट एंड सेफगार्ड प्रोवाइडेड टू द वल्नरेबल ग्रुप्स, यानी कि कमजोर समूहों को प्रदान किए गए संवैधानिक अधिकार और सुरक्षा उपाय. मैं 21वीं सदी में मानवाधिकार व लैंगिक न्याय के परिप्रेक्ष्य में कमजोर समूहों को प्रदान किए गए संवैधानिक अधिकार और सुरक्षा उपायों की बात करूंगी. 21वीं सदी भारत के लिए सामाजिक न्याय, मानवाधिकारों और लैंगिक समानता के संघर्ष का युग रहा है. सबसे पहले हम ये समझेंगे कि कमजोर वर्ग कौन है. तो कमजोर वर्ग SC ST जो संविधान के अनुच्छेद 341 और 342 में बताए गए हैं, OBC, महिलाएं, बच्चे, अल्पसंख्यक, विकलांग एवं वृद्धजन, ये सब कमजोर समूहों की श्रेणी में आते हैं. दूसरा हम बात करेंगे संवैधानिक अधिकारों की जो इन कमजोर वर्गों को दिए गए हैं. तो वो संविधान के भाग 3 में फंडामेंटल राइट्स और भाग 4 में DPSP के माध्यम से दिए गए हैं. जैसे कि हम कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट जो आर्टिकल हैं उनका यहाँ पे जिक्र करेंगे। जैसे अनुच्छेद 14 से 18 समता का अधिकार है। अनुच्छेद 15(4), 16(4) SC, ST, OBC के लिए शिक्षा नियुक्तियों में आरक्षण की बात करता है। अनुच्छेद 17 अस्पृश्यता यानी कि छुआछूत का अंत करता है। अनुच्छेद 15(3) महिलाओं और बच्चों के लिए विशेष उपबंध बताता है। अनुच्छेद 39(घ) समान कार्य के लिए समान वेतन की बात करता है। अनुच्छेद 21 का 6 से 14 वर्ष के बच्चों के लिए निःशुल्क और अनिवार्य शिक्षा का प्रावधान करता है। अनुच्छेद 24 बाल श्रम पर प्रतिबंध लगाता है। अनुच्छेद 29 अधिकार बताता है। अनुच्छेद 46 SC, ST व अन्य दुर्बल वर्गों के शिक्षा और अर्थ संबंधी हितों की अभिवृद्धि की बात करता है। और 103वां संशोधन जो 2019 में हुआ था उसके द्वारा आर्टिकल 16(6) जोड़ा गया, जिसमें कि EWS के लिए आरक्षण की व्यवस्था की गई। अब हम सुरक्षा उपायों की बात करेंगे। ये सुरक्षा उपाय वे प्रावधान हैं जो संवैधानिक अधिकारों के उल्लंघन से रक्षा करने के लिए बनाए गए हैं, जैसे न्यायिक समीक्षा, भेदभाव विरोधी कानून और आपातकालीन नियंत्रण आदि। अब मैं इसको कंक्लूड करने की तरफ जाऊंगी। तो संवैधानिक ढांचा मजबूत है जो कमजोर समूहों की सुरक्षा का मजबूत आधार प्रदान करता है। जैसे कि अभी 5 दिन पहले हमारे जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो CJI हैं तो उन्होंने एक फैसला सुनाया जिसमें कि एक बच्ची को माँ की जाति से कास्ट सर्टिफिकेट मिला है। तो ये भी कहीं ना कहीं जेंडर जस्टिस का ही एक एग्जाम्पल है। लेकिन इतना सब कुछ होते हुए भी, इतने सारे संवैधानिक प्रावधानों के होते हुए भी और इतने सारे लॉज के होते हुए भी कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी स्थिति हमें कुछ चिंताजनक देखने को मिलती हैं, जिसमें कि मतलब संविधान तो मजबूत आधार प्रदान करता है, लेकिन कार्यान्वयन की कमी, राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति की अनुपस्थिति और सामाजिक पूर्वाग्रहों के कारण कमजोर समूहों के अधिकार कुछ सीमा तक आज भी कागजी रह गए हैं। इसमें मेरे मैम सजेशन है जो कि डिजिटल जागरूकता होनी चाहिए, मजबूत निगरानी हो NHRC, SHRC के द्वारा, और सकारात्मक कार्यवाही करने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। थैंक यू मैम।
Any question, ma'am?
No.
Thank you for your presentation. The next presenter is Dr. Vishnu Kumar Sharma.
Yes.
Sir, the screen is yours.
Yes, myself Vishnu Kumar Sharma, Assistant Professor Economics, राजकीय स्नातकोत्तर महाविद्यालय अगस्त्यमुनि रुद्रप्रयाग। मेरा जो टॉपिक है आज का है आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण, श्रम अधिकार और लैंगिक न्याय। जो सारांश है मेरा इस टॉपिक का वो ये कि आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण, श्रम अधिकार और लैंगिक न्याय आज के समय की विशेष मांग है, क्योंकि कोई समाज आर्थिक रूप से सशक्त हुए बिना विकास की कल्पना नहीं कर सकता। इसी के अंतर्गत श्रम अधिकार जो श्रमिकों को उनके शोषण से मुक्त करने, उनके कार्यों का उचित प्रतिफल, समाज में उचित सम्मान तथा कार्यों के घंटों का निर्धारण जिससे वह आर्थिक रूप से स्वस्थ रहे, श्रमिक को अपने हित के लिए संघ बनाने का अधिकार प्राप्त होना चाहिए। लैंगिक न्याय जिससे महिलाओं एवं पुरुषों को एक दूसरे के बराबर अधिकार प्राप्त हों, इनमें किसी प्रकार का भेदभाव न हो, आगे बढ़ने का समान अधिकार प्राप्त हो। जिस समाज में महिलाओं को पुरुषों के बराबर अधिकार प्राप्त नहीं होते या उनमें असमानता होती है, वह समाज आर्थिक सामाजिक रूप से पिछड़ जाता है। वहाँ शिक्षा, सुरक्षा, न्याय जैसे विषय सीमित होते हैं। इसलिए विकसित राष्ट्र की यदि हम कल्पना करें तो आर्थिक रूप से श्रमिक सशक्त हों, शिक्षा का उन्हें विशेष अधिकार प्राप्त हो और समाज में लैंगिक भेदभाव से हमको ऊपर उठना होगा। परिचय। आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण, जिसके अंतर्गत व्यक्ति को आत्मनिर्भर और सक्षम बनाना तथा आय अर्जित करने, उपलब्ध संसाधनों का उपयोग करने, व्यक्ति को उसके कौशल के अनुरूप कार्य करने की स्वतंत्रता हो। श्रम अधिकार, जिसमें श्रमिकों को उनके अधिकारों से परिचित कराना, उन्हें सुरक्षा और समाज में सम्मान प्रदान करना। लैंगिक न्याय, जिसके अंतर्गत महिलाओं को पुरुषों के बराबर अधिकार प्राप्त हो तथा किसी भी प्रकार का भेदभाव न हो। मेरे उद्देश्य हैं आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण के माध्यम से देश समाज को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना, श्रमिकों को सक्षम बनाना, लैंगिक असमानता को समाप्त करना, महिलाओं को घरेलू हिंसा से मुक्त सशक्त समाज का निर्माण। चुनौतियां हैं स्वरोजगार हेतु वित्तीय व्यवस्था जो कमजोर है उसको और अच्छा बनाना, व्यवसायिक शिक्षा का जो अभाव है, तीसरा इसका पॉइंट है महिलाओं में कम साक्षरता की दर, उत्पादन में परस्पर परंपरागत तरीकों का होना जो चुनौतियां हैं हमारी। उसके साथ जो उसके समाधान है उद्यमता को बढ़ावा देना तथा उद्योगों के लिए वित्तीय व्यवस्था करना, महिलाओं की साक्षरता के दर को बढ़ाना, व्यावसायिक शिक्षा को बढ़ाना, केंद्र सरकार की जो योजनाएं चल रही हैं उनको और आगे बढ़ाना। निष्कर्ष के तौर पर हम कहेंगे कि विकास एक सतत प्रक्रिया है और विकास की परिकल्पना महिलाओं और पुरुषों में बिना किसी भेदभाव के एक दूसरे के बराबर अधिकार के माध्यम से है। जिस समाज में महिलाओं और पुरुषों की असमानता होती है वो आर्थिक विकास की कल्पना नहीं कर सकता। हमें श्रमिकों को उनके कार्यों के उचित प्रतिफल के साथ साथ उनका सामाजिक सम्मान प्रदान हो, तभी हम आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र की परिकल्पना कर सकते हैं। धन्यवाद। एनी क्वेश्चन मैडम?
जी सर, वेरी वेल प्रेजेंटेड। बट जैसे आपने बोला कि हम शायद वर्क प्लेस पे हमारे लिए लॉज आप लाना चाहते हैं इक्वालिटी की, तो ऑलरेडी आई थिंक वी हैव एम्पल लॉज फॉर दैट इफ यू गो थ्रू।
Yeah.
Rest we'll be waiting for the paper and we'll go through that what findings and what suggestions you have given. Actually, the methodology we'll see that what you have opted. And thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank
The
you.
next presenter is Dr. Rajni Bharti and Ramesh Bhavor. Dr. Rajni Bharti and Ramesh Bhavor. Next is Manju Bhashini ji.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The
Good
same is-
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Manju Bhashini ji, an LLM student from Pudupakam Government Law College. When I first heard about the theme of this conference, gender justice, the first thing that came to my mind was only one thing, the initial of my name. Have you all thought about our name, the initial, which is just near to our name? It reflects our father's name, right? And that what made me think of my topic, lost identity of a woman in society, the social and legal battles. If you see from the start, everyone talked about an official form of gender equality, which is being reflected in legal societal perspective. But when you see in a very domestic aspect, both men and women are contributors to a child, right? But once the woman who carries the child for about 9 months give birth to the child, from the moment the child comes out, immediately the identity we attach to identify that child is the father's name. Though the man is contributing towards the education or even the father is even no more, still that child is being identified with the name of its father. What about the mother who is being a provider to that child from the birth till the time they actually require that support. In society, women has been marginalized based on societal norms, cultural norms, economic dependence. But now we have a strata of equality between men and women. That made me frame the objective of this study, to identify the reason for this lost identity and to analyze the legal frames where it can be retrieved back. When you see this perspective, both men and women now have economic independence, right? We women are working equal to men, and we work way more than, and we receive wages which is equal to and which is more than men. But still, an established woman's kid also carries the identity of a father. And that shows how the social stigma has been attached to a child from the aspects of ground. And I don't think we have three wings: legislative, executive, and judiciary. And we have the fundamental right guaranteed under Article 14, right to equality under Constitution of India, enshrining the gender equality. Article 15, which actually avoids discrimination, prohibits gender discrimination from a very base level. And Article 21, right to life, where she also have a choice to choose her partner. And way more than, we have legislations, prohibition of domestic violence, and we have BNS that ensures under Section 80, dowry death is being given punishment. But still now, if you see in the legislative, executive, and judiciary, there is participation of women. The proportion of women's development has increased. But still now, when you see the root cause, when you see the grounds where the women are standing in a home, within a home, that actually shows gender equality right from the moment where their effort is not being valued. Yes, according to the nature, women has the ability to give birth. But right after she gives birth, that child carries the bloodline of only the father. There is only women's identity. When you take the DNA and test it, only the blood contains the identity of a woman who gives birth to a child. But apart from that, if we take any religion, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, and everything, especially talking about Hindu religion, which is I'm very aware about, right after marriage, the child's first ritual of shaving the hair from the head will happen in the temple of male only. Just because a species, we are a species, right? Just because a species is categorized under a gender female, the lineage itself discontinues. From the woman's side, whatever she has been following, even nowadays we have a large proportion of intercaste marriage happening, right? Even in that particular stance, I see even in my home or in others' home, we see only we attach a tradition to it. Only when we follow the male's lineage, traditions, and culture, we'll see a upgradation in all aspects. It will be very prosperous to the child. But I see a value in that particular thing. So what can we do? Not just a legal, what we can do is, yeah, sure, ma'am. When we see what solution can be retrieved on, it cannot be forced to keep the initial of a woman in a name of the child. But what we can do is we can make up a law. We already have in the judgment of Kirti saying that notional income holders are housewives, but still we need to have a law that actually when a woman's name is being prohibited to be added as an initial in the child's name, it must be allowed to be pursued as a case in the court. And this will make a domestic change, in my view. Only when a woman's right is being established from the grounds, it will stand the chance of reflecting the revolutionary sounds. I end my presentation. Thank you. And let's try to identify the women who has lost their identity and enshrine it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Any question, ma'am?
No, sometimes I feel like I'm sitting in a debate of gender justice. And we have a very good speakers today for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Although somewhere I agree and somewhere I don't feel like to get into the things, as it is all our discretion actually.
Yes.
So, very well. Nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter is Monty. Mr. Monty. The next presenter is Mr. Monty. Are you there?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. My name is Monty. I am a PhD scholar, Shobit University, Saharanpur. My research paper title is Women's Right and Gender Justice in India, a Unified Analysis of Legal Protection and Equality Framework. My work highlights that the evaluation of the women's right and gender justice in India has involved a complex interactions of constitutional mandate, statutory reforms, and judicial intervention. Our constitution guarantees every woman equality, non-discrimination, and dignity, which forms very foundation of the national gender justice framework. However, despite significant legal protection such as laws against domestic violence and sexual harassment, women continue to face structural barriers, including patriarchal norms and socio-economic inequalities leading to limited access to justice. My study presents a unified analysis of all these legal policies and judicial interventions of collectively strengthen gender equality. We identified persistent challenges, primary concerning enforcement, failure, lack of awareness, and intentional discrimination. My core conclusion is this: ensuring gender justice in India ultimately demands not only stronger legal mechanism but also sustained uh, societal transformation towards equality, inclusiveness, and empowerment. While many progressive laws have been implemented, such as the MTP Act 1971 and the Hindu Succession Amendment Act 2005, achieving true gender justice requires three critical elements: effective implementation of laws, proactive social change, and systematic accountability. And key finding of analysis: legal foundation and progress. The framework for gender justice is strong and multifaceted. Persistent structure barriers, deep-rooted societal and economic obstacles continue to limit access to justice, and enforcement system gaps, like as there are significant failure in practical application of laws and policies. And the ultimate requirement: achieving true gender justice require more than just legal changes. And my research methodology is doctrinal and qualitative. Depend on data sources: primary legal source like as Constitution of India, Article 14, 15, 39, 46, and MTP Act, Hindu Succession Act, Muslim Women Protection of Right and Divorce Act, and Maternity Benefit Act. Judicial sources: landmark Supreme Court and High Court judgment that have shaped transformative jurisprudence on gender equality and justice in India. And some scholarly literature like as books, articles, and research paper on socio-legal studies, feminist laws, and gender politics in India. Thank you, ma'am.
Any question, ma'am?
We can proceed further.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Is Professor Dr. Karuna Devi B. Rao. Dr. Karuna Devi B. Rao. Next is Dr. Govind.
Anji, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. The screen is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Govind. My presentation topic is shaping feminism, role of social media, influence of social media on images of women's. Femininity. What is femininity? मैं इसको अगर हिंदी में हम कहें नारीत्व, नारीत्व केवल जैविक लिंग नहीं है, बल्कि यह सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक रूप से तैयार की गई पहचान है। यह महिलाओं के व्यवहार, रंग रूप, व्यक्तित्व, सामाजिक भूमिका को लेकर सांस्कृतिक अपेक्षाओं का एक समूह है। नंबर ऑफ रिसर्च में ये बताया गया कि सोशल मीडिया इन अपेक्षाओं को प्रदर्शित करने और उनको पुनर्निर्मित करने में एक शक्तिशाली उपकरण बन गया है। आज के टाइम पे हम सभी अवेयर हैं कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और सोशल मीडिया कई प्रकार से हमारे पर्सनैलिटी को, हमारे व्यक्तित्व को, हमारे अलग अलग जो हमारे से लाइफ से रिलेटेड कॉन्सेप्ट है उनके फॉर्मेशन में, उनके डेवलपमेंट में बहुत मेजर रोल प्ले करता है सोशल मीडिया। सोशल मीडिया से कल्चरल इंटरेक्शन तो हमारे हुए हैं, इसके साथ साथ ये एक मैकेनिज्म टाइप है, जिसके मैकेनिकल टाइप से हम कहें कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है और सोशल मीडिया है, इसके पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट के साथ साथ बहुत से नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट भी हमें देखने को मिले हैं। ये कैसे जो फेमिनिटी है इसको कैसे शेप देता है, इस पे आज हम बातचीत करेंगे इन ब्रीफ। मैं इसके कुछ इम्पैक्ट बताता हूँ यहाँ पे। सकारात्मक प्रभाव क्या है, पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट क्या है। सबसे पहला तो ये बोलने का एक मंच प्रोवाइड करता है सोशल मीडिया। विभिन्न सामाजिक मुद्दों पर, सामाजिक सोशल इश्यूज हैं उनके ऊपर फीमेल्स खुल के बोल सकती हैं। आज से एंशिएंट टाइम में अगर हम देखें, पुराने टाइम की हम बात करें, आज से 600-700 साल पहले मुगलों के टाइम पे, या उससे पहले एंशिएंट इंडिया की हम बात करें, तो हम देखते हैं कि महिलाएं हैं जो बहुत सी, उनके पास नॉलेज होता था, विजडम होता था, पावर होती थी, पोटेंशियल होता था, लेकिन वो सामाजिक मुद्दों पर खुल के बोल नहीं पाती थी। उनके पास कोई मंच नहीं था, प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं था। आज भारतीय महिलाएं हैं या ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड की बात करें तो बहुत से सामाजिक मुद्दों पर वो खुलकर बोल सकती है। जैसे अभी कुछ टाइम पहले ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमारे इंडिया में हुआ, बहुत बड़ा एक इवेंट था, और दो वुमेन्स थी जो वुमेन ऑफिसर, उन्होंने पूरी इंडिया को ब्रीफ किया इस ऑपरेशन को कि कैसे उसको लीड किया और कैसे वुमेन्स भी एक ऐसी घटनाओं के प्रति अपना बदला ले सकती हैं। फ्लाइंग ऑफिसर थी और एक कर्नल थी, कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी। दोनों ने सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू, चैनल्स के थ्रू पूरे इंडिया को, पूरे देश को एक मैसेज दिया, एक संदेश दिया कि महिलाएं किसी भी फील्ड में पीछे नहीं है। तो सोशल मीडिया अगर नहीं होती तो एक इतना बड़ा मंच शायद नहीं मिल पाता। सेकंड, बहुत से जहाँ पे सिमिलरिटी होती है थॉट्स में, थिंकिंग में, विचारों में समानता होती है, तो ऐसे जहाँ पे समानताएं आती है वहाँ पे ग्रुप फॉर्मेशन हो जाता है। और बहुत सी महिलाएं अलग अलग फील्ड में, चाहे वो जॉब सीकर है कहीं, या कोई जॉब एस्पिरेंट है कहीं, किसी प्रकार की तैयारी कर रही है, किसी प्रकार का एनजीओ रन कर रही है, वुमेन के अगेंस्ट है या वुमेन के वेलफेयर के लिए कोई प्रोग्राम रन कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे ग्रुप बन जाते हैं। तो सोशल मीडिया है, ग्रुप फॉर्मेशन में बड़ा हेल्प करता है। इस प्रकार का उनको एक टाइप से समूह बन जाते हैं ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म से। एक इसमें मेजर सी चीज ये रहती है कि अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी भी काफी है। बहुत से तरीके से हम देखते हैं कि वुमेन्स हैं अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस कर पाती है। एक्सप्रेस ना होना, जेंडर इक्वलिटी की हम बात करें, चाहे ह्यूमन राइट की बात करें, ह्यूमन राइट में अगर हम सबसे पहले देखते हैं तो वो है अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी, एक्सप्रेशन हो। आज बहुत सा ह्यूमन बीइंग है, हम जेंडर से परे अगर हम देखें, बहुत सी साइकोलॉजिकल इश्यूज देखने को मिलते हैं सोसाइटी में। डिप्रेशन है, सेल्फ एस्टीम लो हो जाता है, एंजाइटी है, बहुत सी ऑफिसर तक सुसाइड कर रहे हैं, वुमेन सुसाइड कर रही हैं, रिलेशनशिप के इशू आ रहे हैं, न्यूली मैरिड कपल में इशू आ रहे हैं, पेरेंट्स चाइल्ड रिलेशनशिप में इशू आ रहे हैं। क्यों आ रहे हैं? उसके पीछे सबसे मेजर रीजन जो है, ऑब्जर्वेशन कहता है, नंबर ऑफ रिसर्च इंडिकेट कर रही है कि अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी है, लैक ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन, एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पा रहा है पर्सन। जब तक अपनी एनर्जी को, अपने थॉट को, अपनी आइडियोलॉजी को एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पाता है तो अंदर एक अंदर ही अंदर एक घुटन हो जाती है, और एक अलग तरीके से फिर नेगेटिव फॉर्म में एनर्जी है जो चैनलाइज होना शुरू हो जाती है, जिसके बहुत से इम्पैक्ट देखने को मिलते हैं। तो सोशल मीडिया है
सर,
अपने आप को,
फास्ट।
थैंक यू, अभी करता हूँ मैडम, इसको मैं कंक्लूड। तो ये जो मैं बता रहा था कि एक्सप्रेशन बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। एक्सप्रेशन के लिए बड़ा एक मंच मिलता है सोशल मीडिया की हेल्प से। अब इसके कुछ नेगेटिव भी इम्पैक्ट है, क्योंकि ये एक ह्यूमन मेड, हम टेक्नोलॉजी इसको मान सकते हैं कि ये सोशल मीडिया है, ये हमें कंट्रोल नहीं करती, हम इसको कंट्रोल करते हैं। कई बार होता क्या है कि बहुत से कल्चर को देख के, बहुत से स्टैंडर्ड्स को देख के, अनरियलिस्टिक जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं उनको हम फॉलो करने की कोशिश करते हैं, या कंपैरिजन जो है, एक वुमेन है या कोई भी अनदर कोई पर्सन है दूसरे से करना शुरू कर देता है। तो कंपैरिजन बहुत बड़ी बीमारी है सोसाइटी की, कंपैरिजन बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। कंपैरिजन मीन्स हमारे
टाइमिंग ओवर
पोटेंशियल
सर,
से मैच करता हुआ नहीं।
गोविंद जी प्लीज कंक्लूड करें अपने टॉपिक को।
ओके मैम, ओके, 1 मिनट। तो कंपैरिजन है, कंपैरिजन यहाँ पे सोशल मीडिया के इन्फ्लुएंस से जो बीइंग है कंपैरिजन बहुत ज्यादा करता है, जिसकी वजह से कई साइकोलॉजिकल और सोशल प्रॉब्लम्स उसमें देखने को मिलती हैं। और इसका इम्पैक्ट हमारे मेंटल हेल्थ पर और हमारे वेलबींग पर, साइकोलॉजिकल वेलबींग पर डायरेक्टली देखने को मिलता है। और जिनका सीधा संबंध हमारे लाइफ से होता है, हमारे रिलेशनशिप से होता है, और हमारी काफी और अनदर असाइनमेंट से होता है, जो हमारी लाइफ के लिए बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। तो यही मैं इसको कंक्लूड करता हूँ कि दोनों ही तरीके के इम्पैक्ट हम देखते हैं यहाँ पे। सोशल मीडिया है जो है फीमेल्स को नारीत्व को शेप देने में, या किसी भी व्यक्तित्व के डेवलपमेंट को शेप देने में बहुत ज्यादा रोल प्ले करता है। और लेकिन इसके इम्पैक्ट नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव दोनों ही है। इसको लेके बहुत सी नंबर ऑफ रिसर्च है, चाइना में भी बहुत सी रिसर्च हुई है सेक्सुअलिटी एजुकेशन को लेके, लिंग समानता को लेके, हरियाणा में है पर्टिकुलर, ठीक है, और सेल्फ एस्टीम को लेके है, नैतिक मानदंडों को लेके है। यूएस में काफी रिसर्च है, तो जिनको हम यहाँ पे शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम की वजह से हम यहाँ पे डिटेल से नहीं बता पा रहे हैं। तो थैंक यू सो मच मैम, मैं यही बोलना चाह रहा था।
Ma'am, any question? Thank you, sir, for your presentation. The next presenter is Dr. Vinod Kumar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. With the permission of chairperson, co-chairperson, I am presenting my views violence against women. Violence against women in term used to collective refer to the violent act that are primarily exclusively commitment against the women. The United Nations General Assembly defined the violence against women as any act of gender-based violence that result in or likely to result in physically, sexually, mental or harm or suffering to women, including theater of such acts. In this research paper, discuss the nature, cause and types of violence against women. Violence against women, at least 1 out of 3 women has been beaten, forced into the sex or abused during her lifetime, according to a study based on the 50 surveys from around the world. On most occasions, that abuser was a member of the woman family or someone known to others. 1 woman in 4 has been abused during pregnancy. More than 60 million women worldwide are considered missing. The World Health Organization has reported that up to 70% of female murder victims are killed by their male partner. Interpersonal violence is another leading cause to death among the women between the age of 15 to 44. In India, according to the National Crime Record Bureau 2005, 1 crime is committed against women every 3 minutes. 1 sexual harassment case every 53 minutes. 1 kidnap and abduction case every 23 minutes. Nature and forms of violence. Physically violence, the most range from the pursuing and shoving to hitting, beating, physically abuse with the weapon, molestation and murders. Sexually violence, any form of non-consensual sexual activity. Financially violence encompass various tactics for the total or partially control of a couple financially. Spiritually abuse work to destroy and individually culture or religious belief throughout or punishment. Isolation can be used to control and limit what women does, whom they see and where they go. Cause of violence, historical unequal power relations, the political, economical, and social process have evoked over many countries have kept men in a position of power of women control of women's sexuality. Many society and use violence as a way to control women sexually. Culture, ideology, culture defined gender role, and some customs, tradition, and religious are used to justify violence against the woman. When the woman transgenders, these culture assigned roles, types of violence, domestic violence, wife beating syndrome, uh, and another is tapping of women, force, uh, prostitution, trapping for this sex and sexually. Tourism appear to the growing population each year. An estimated 8 lakhs people are trapping across the border. 80% of them are women or girls. And last, I conclude my paper after going through different cows and forms of different data presented by the different study are developed as well as developing country. The power and control wheel, which identify the most common tactics their user use to control them, can be prepared. The hub of the wheel, the center, is the intention of all the tactics to establish power and control. Each spoke of the wheel represent a particular tactics, uh, economical abuse, emotional abuse, isolations, and so forth. The rim of the wheel, which gives in strengthen and hold in together in a physically abuse. और लास्ट में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि अगर वायलेंस को जो है हमने ख़त्म करना है तो इसमें हमें जो है वो फोर्सफुली जो है वो जो हमारे एक्ट्स है, कानून है, उनको लागू करना पड़ेगा। साथ ही इसमें जो रेप्स के केसेस जो इंडिया में होते हैं उसको लेकर जो है इसमें एक तो जो हमारा पुरुष समाज है उसको चेंज करना पड़ेगा। सोसाइटी में जो है वुमेन को भी जो है उतना ही सम्मान देना पड़ेगा परिवार में जितना पुरुषों को दिया जाता है। और साथ ही इसमें पुरुषों को अपनी मानसिकता को जो है वो चेंज करना पड़ेगा और साथ ही इसमें बिहेवियर चेंज जो है वो करना पड़ेगा। तो इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा। तो लास्ट में मैं सभी का जो है धन्यवाद करूँगा जो मुझे सुनने का मौका दिया। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Any question, ma'am?
No, ma'am. Very well presented, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Next presenter is Trivedi Pankaj Kumar Suresh Bhai. Trivedi Pankaj Kumar Suresh Bhai. Are you there, sir? Dr. Rahul Tiwari. Dr. Rahul Tiwari. Next is Divya Shri and
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Namaste to one and all present here. I am present, ma'am.
Please continue, ma'am.
Namaste to one and all present here. My name is Diveshri N. From Department of English, RNS First Grade College, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Today I'm here to present my paper on literature. Since I belong to the Department of Languages and Humanities, I opted this theme to present human rights and gender equality, injustice, class clashes, casteism, all those things which comes under human rights are being documented under literature. So this made me to opt this theme for the international conference. So now let me introduce to the top some of the novels and dramas where the writers have written their best of the plots to present what kind of human rights we need, what kind of justice we need for the sake of society, be it for women or men. So here I would like to give the best example of Indian literature first. So we have Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. So the proudly national song has been iconed by, recognized by the entire nation in the universe. That is Vande Mataram, was written in literature, Indian literature, and we should be proud of that. So here we can see that in a state of Bengal, there was a dreadful drought, and the Britishers were imposing tax over whom? Farmers, middle class people. So when the people approached, no, it's not possible to pay the taxes just because the disaster has occurred in our locality. How can we pay the tax? And this hedonist, egoist Britishers took it very offensively. They started to trouble people. The tax is related to finance and economy, then why to torture human beings? They started to abet. They started to take over all the women, children, and they started over torturing again and again. Where is the human right? So here at the title, Ananda Mat. So Mat is related to sannyasis, monks and all, who were related to preaching, teaching, following the spirituality. They started to observe this one. How could a finance related aspect can trouble the human values, human rights? So they started to resist against the Britishers. Here, not a man, not a woman, not a children. The matter was about human rights. So here the sannyasis understood. So here we cannot trouble women and children who are speechless, voiceless, vulnerable section, weaker section. So they came over, they took up everything and they started to resist. During that time, the slogan comes out, Vande Mataram. Not only in Bengal, overall India, this dreadful droughts were troubling human beings. Only because of this sake, the Ananda Mat was also turned into movie. We can see in YouTube till today it is available how it talks about human rights. Now let me introduce some of the novels related to British literature. So we know very well Heartthrob, William Shakespeare. He has written Merchant of Venice. So here antagonist, protagonist, that is hero, villain. So hero goes to he goes to approach some money for the credit with the villain. And the villain says, okay, I'm going to give some of the bucks for you, money for the purpose of your business, but there is a terms and conditions apply. Within a short duration, if you don't pay the money, then you cannot imagine what kind of punishment I'm going to give you. So here time passes on, month passes on, year passes on. Finally, the villain comes to the protagonist. Where is my money? Get me my money. Then he says, let me give some time. Let me approach you some time from you people so that I can pay you properly. But that fellow says, no, it's not possible. Then the lady, the heroine of the story comes out. So till now I was listening gender inequality. But here in the story, the real justice was given by women. That is none other than Portia. Portia, she comes and she will say that, what is your punishment? He says he has not paid the money. I want his flesh from his thigh, leg. Then she says it is against to human right. How can you ask part of body instead of money? No, it is against violence. It is against human rights. Okay, then she says that you want money, but you have not got, right? Okay, instead of that, you are asking body part, fine. But there is a terms and conditions once more. You cannot take out his flesh without pouring the blood. You take away whatever the body part you want, you take away, but no blood should come out. So here we can understand that no part of society can go against human rights. So here a small PPT I would like to share with everyone so that quickly you can browse. So here literature is not only designed or documented for the sake of writing stories, fantasies, to time pass purpose, but it has given the emotion, sympathy, empathy for the voiceless people, speechless people who are at the verge, who cannot come up. So here literature is a mirror of society. Literature is not only a document. Till today, whatever the things we are listening and seeing about the injustice, where it is recorded? it is recorded in the sector of literature. So as a student of literature and as a professor of literature, I'm so proud to present my paper, and I have given the title Protection of Human Rights in Literature. So kindly, ma'am, just 1 minute, just I will show the PPT slides so that people can see that even in literature, how exactly the human rights are protected. I feel my screen is shared. Yes, ma'am. Can you see, ma'am? So here we have Arundhati Rai, who talks about women right. We have R.K. Narayan, who has written Malgudi Days. He talks about the lower caste community, how they were getting injustice. Anandamat, I told you about Anandamat. Just because they were not paying the tax, they were troubling the human beings. That is against to human rights. Then we have untouchables, again the caste community. Even Raja Rao's Kantapura. It's a beautiful novel where you can see that how exactly in Harikatha they used to talk about human rights. In a village, there will be a trouble by Britishers, but the writer comes up with a solution through Harikatha. So there they talk about how can we protect our Mother Earth with human rights, not going against any violence, bloodshed, all those things they protect. And even in English literature, just now I told you that even The Tempest, which is written by William Shakespeare, how for the sake of justice between the brothers, the story will take over human rights. So here, when the brother takes away all the property, one more brother goes against him, but not violating the laws of the country. That is also one more beautiful drama. Animal Farm, it is also about the overall countries during the time of World War, how they used to consider themselves as supreme, inferior, or supreme level, or conservative mindset. All those things we can see in the literature part. Thank you for the opportunity, madam. I'm so
Thank you
grateful
so much for your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any question, ma'am? Okay, the next presenter is Mr. Ashok Kumar from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. The next
Yes,
is,
ma'am.
sir, please continue, sir.
Okay, ma'am. A very good afternoon. My topic is human rights related to legal aid and challenges to access them. Access to justice is a cornerstone of democratic governance and the rule of law. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Legal aid ensures that individuals, particularly the poor, vulnerable, and the marginalized, can assert and protect their rights in legal proceedings. International human rights instruments, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant of Civil Rights and Political Rights, recognize legal aid as an essential for ensuring equality before the law and a fair trial. Despite this recognition, millions of individuals globally are unable to secure legal representation due to structural inequalities, economic disadvantages, and institutional barriers. The purpose of this research paper is to explore the human rights dimensions of legal aid and analyze the challenges to access these rights. These are some objectives of my study. First objective is to examine human rights principles related to legal aid, to review the international frameworks guaranteeing access to legal aid, to identify the challenges in accessing legal aid, particularly for marginalized communities, to provide recommendations for improving access to legal aid based on global best practice. इसमें जो मैंने रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी ली है मैम, वो प्योरली सेकेंडरी सोर्सेज डाटा पे बेस्ड है, और इसमें जो मैंने लिया है यूएन रिपोर्ट्स हैं, गवर्नमेंट पब्लिकेशंस, लॉ कमीशन रिपोर्ट्स, लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटी रिपोर्ट्स, एकेडमिक जर्नल्स एंड बुक्स, research papers from civil society organizations, newspaper articles and policy briefs. So हम बात करेंगे ह्यूमन राइट्स कौन से हैं जो लीगल एड से रिलेटेड हैं. Legal aid is not merely a legal service. It is a human rights guaranteed under global and national frameworks. First one is right to equality before law. जो UDHR का आर्टिकल 7 क्या कहता है कि affirms that all individuals are entitled to equal protection of the law without discrimination. और आर्टिकल 16 ICC PCR बात करता है right to legal counsel and representation, especially in criminal cases. Right to legal remedies. Criminal victims of injustice or human rights violation must have access to effective legal remedies. Right to access justice. UNDP जो Sustainable Development Goal 16 है उसकी बात करता है. Peace, justice and strong institutions. Right to non-discrimination. And last one is right of vulnerable groups. The Convention on the Rights of Child Right and the CEDA mandates special safeguards for women, children, minorities, and persons with disabilities. Legal aid thus forms an integral part of the broader human rights architecture. तो ये ह्यूमन राइट्स से अब चैलेंजेस क्या हैं जो हमें लीगल एड्स को एक्सेस करने में फेस करने पड़ते हैं. फर्स्ट वन ऑफ लैक ऑफ लीगल अवेयरनेस. Legal literacy remains low in many developing countries. Many individuals do not know their rights. Financial barriers. Although legal aid is free or low cost, indirect costs like transport, documents, time off deter this access to legal aid. Geographical barriers.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Ashok Kumar. We would highly appreciate you if you just go on your findings and just tell us your suggestions, concluding with your paper.
Okay, ma'am. तो इसमें लीगल फ्रेमवर्क बहुत से हैं, बहुत से लीगल एड में हम लीगल राइट्स दिए गए हैं, उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम उनके राइट्स की बात करते हैं और चैलेंजेस हमें जो फेस करने पड़ते हैं उसके आधार पर अगर मैं बात करूं तो रिकमेंडेशन क्या होनी चाहिए. जो लीगल लिटरेसी कैंपेन्स है उनको स्कूलों में लागू किया जाए, मीडिया में लागू किया. इंक्रीज फंडिंग for legal aid authorities and expand training of legal professionals. Develop digital access to justice tools, online legal aid, tele-law services. Establish community-based paralegal networks in rural and marginalized communities. Create gender-sensitive and child-friendly legal aid systems. Improve coordination between police, courts, and legal aid institutions. And last one is implement monitoring and evaluation frameworks to ensure transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Ma'am, any question?
Please call next.
Nice. The next presenter, Dr. Jyoti Bala from CMG Government College for Women, Gwalior, Khera, Fatehbad. Dr. Jyoti Bala, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
the screen is yours.
Yes, please. This is Dr. Rajvinder. And as this is a joint public presentation by me and Dr. Jyoti, so I'm presenting here. Dr. Rajvinder, could please note down.
Okay, ma'am.
Just I'm sharing the screen, please. There it is. Window.
Please continue, ma'am.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, very good afternoon all. And here Dr. Rajvinder from the Department of Public Administration, Government College, Faridabad. Here I'm presenting on the topic, the role of higher education institutions in gender sensitization today. So as far as the topic of sensitization is concerned, it is very important and we can say relatively very significant topic to be discussed here, as the higher education institutions are serving as the critical incubators of the future leaders, innovators, and change makers. And they shape not only the professional competencies, but also the social values and the cultural norms that ripples through the society. And no doubt, there are a number of initiatives by the government, also by the higher education institutions as the UGC rules also. But still, there is a lot to be discussed and find out what has been done so far and what are the challenges they are facing and what can be done in the future in the same direction. As far as the concept of the gender sensitization is concerned, I'm not discussing here a lot about this because this is a very well-known concept in today's vocabulary, where we are talking about the awareness of gender inequalities, challenging the stereotypes prevailing in the society, as well as promoting the equity and dignity. So it is a multifaceted. We can't say it is only just for, we are talking about the women only, but it is a multifaceted concept which talks about the awareness also, as well as empowerment, information, and promotion of the equity and dignity of the gender. It doesn't matter it is male or female. So why it is essential? Because as already I have discussed, that to disseminate the systematic barriers present in the society, as well as challenging the patriarchal norms. And this study is more concerned to the Haryana, which is very historically, unfortunately, it is historically known for its patriarchal society and biasness towards the gender and prevailing women violence also in the society. And as far as the role of higher education is concerned, so there is a policy network also according to the UGC guidelines, and at the same time Post Act also 2013. So as far as the rationale of the study is concerned, as I already told you, there is a prevailing violence in the society, gender stereotypes. So Haryana, the sex ratio is 9:12 from January to November 2025. So it is a serious concern in the society. And here the role of a higher education institution is very importance. And as far as the objectives of the studies are concerned, then the study is conducted to review the curriculum integration of the topic of gender sensitization, examining the campus initiatives, assessing the institutional mechanisms, and suggesting the improvements. So these are the policy frameworks at the national level, NEP 2020, and yes, there is no direct, we can say, any kind of mentioned topic is mentioned in the NEP 2020, but still there is a direct significance of this policy. And apart from this, there is a Post Act 2013, that is the sexual harassment of the women at workplace. And as far as the curriculum is concerned, so at the center level, university level, there are a number of universities in Haryana where this women department is specially established. And to mention here is Kurukshetra is the only university in the Haryana that is offering masters in the gender studies. And they are offering even some diploma courses also. Apart from this, at the university level, this topic is integrated in the humanities and the social sciences departments. And apart from this, some departments are also offering the value-added courses on the gender equity, post-awareness, diversity, and inclusion. So here is a list of the universities. You can see how the women cell or the women studies are integrated in the at the university level. And yes, and apart from this, as far as the curriculum integration is concerned, you can see here the cross disciplinary integration in either other department apart from the social sciences also. This topic is concerned. There are certain expert lectures which are being organized by the departments to ensure that students may understand the gender dynamics in their fields also. And gender sensitive language, yes, inclusive language, that is very important in today's society. And diverse example in the teaching materials, textbooks, and the case studies that may reflect the gender experiences and challenging the stereotypes in the society. And apart from this, yes, ma'am, I will be just handing it. So campus life, as far as this conferences, seminars, workshops, and student participation is also possible through the gender clubs. And these clubs create safe spaces for the dialogue on the gender, diversity, LGBTQ rights, and intersectional identities. Apart from this, role model session can also be held, and it is already being done in some universities, most of the universities. Apart from this, these are the institutional mechanisms like ICC, WDC, and IOC, especially mentioned by under the NEP and UGC regulations. As far as the findings of the studies are concerned, it is found that only one university in the Haryana, that is the Kurukshetra University, that offers formal academic programs in the women studies. Other universities have restricted their gender engagement to cells only. That means like just like women cell, women development cell, women committees, sensitization activities. But there is no university in Haryana that is offering any master's or any diploma course in the gender studies. So this is what should be kept in mind in the future, that there must be such kind of courses offered at the university level. Academic depth and the curriculum institutionalization of the gender studies remain unlimited, as already I have discussed. Other studies also, yes, other findings are like this: the gender studies is largely embedded within the humanity and social sciences curriculum only. In the STEM, like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in these courses, this remained limited. Okay, so but it is uneven.
Ma'am, please conclude. Time is over. Please.
Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. And these are my suggestions on this topic, that there should be gender modules, institutionalized continuous programs, and trained faculty. Thank you, please. Thanks to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you, please.
Ma'am, any question?
See the time, I think we must move further. Although I had one question in my mind, that this is related to your gender sensitization you talked about. So how can gender sensitization be like meaningful integrated into like science, commerce, and the last thing you talked about, technical disciplines, right? So where it currently remains peripheral, then rather than being limited mainly to humanities and social sciences, how you justify it?
Yes, ma'am, no doubt. Your question is very interesting. As far as the STEM courses are concerned, we can't offer it like a core subject. It's very difficult to integrate it into the course subjects, but it can be offered as a value-added course. Otherwise, in some minor courses also, not minor, but I think MDC, that is multidisciplinary courses, where it can be of 1 or 2 credits, but I think it must be the part. And not in all the semesters, it can be for the initial first semester when the students are just joining the university or the college level, they are entry level, and they are now exposed from the school level to the college level life. So they are having so many queries in their mind. I think it should be there for the sciences also, for technical courses also. The students should be exposed in the very first semester. I think it should be embedded as a value-added course, or otherwise it can be as the multidisciplinary course. It should be embedded. It may be of 1 or 2.
It's a good suggestion.
And without any, I think we can say a particular paper on that. It should be, I think, a formative assessment, like how the students are participating in the discussions, presenting their views, participation in different kind of activities that is related to the gender sensitization. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter is Professor Dr. Vidya Mukund Thaukar from Shok Mohkar Mahavidyalay, Maharashtra. The next presenter is Dr. Lakshmi Narayan from Government Girls College, Makrab, Punjala, Jodhpur. Dr. Lakshmi Narayan, are you there? The next presenter is Dr. Bhavna Bhavra from Government Degree College, Mandla. The next presenter is Dr. Rakhi Vanshkar from Government Degree College, Mandla. Kushal Jha. Kushal Jha, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am there. Just a second.
Sir, please continue.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson, distinguished delegates, and fellow researchers. I am Kushal Jha, and today I will be presenting my paper titled Gender Equality, and Women in the Maritime Labor Force. Are you hear me? Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Please
Yeah.
continue.
My presentation focuses on the status of women in the maritime industry, the barriers they face, and the policies measures required to achieve gender justice in the traditionally male-dominated industry. Here's the abstract for the same paper: Women in Maritime. Uh, uh, the maritime industry, a crucial labor market, has largely overlooked gender justice despite reforms and technological advancement, deep structural, cultural, and historical advancement present. Key barriers are there, related issues are there, and policy initiatives are there. uh, Next is introduction. Why this topic matters? Okay, barriers. The maritime sector is the largest gender exclusion labor markets. Women low participation are there. Uh, Women low participation is not due to lack of ability or interest, but because of historical exclusion, cultural benefits, and structural barriers also. Despite international reforms and technology enhancement, gender equality continues a shape maritime labor and especially in India.
Please
Historical
continue,
background is
sir.
there. So, during the industrial revolution, women entered factories but were excluded from seafaring. In colonial era, social customs and particular norms restricted women from the maritime world. Cultural myths are there, such as women being bad luck on ships, reinforced exclusion, lack of onboarding facility further prevailed. When we talk about current trends in India today, women's participation in India maritime sector is slowly increasing. Women are entering uh, male dominating industries. The women are entering marine engineering and nautical science, port administration and logistics, maritime law and policy, Indian Navy and Coast Guard services. Barriers to women progress. Women in the maritime sector face two bold categories for challenges: structure and infrastructure barriers, lack of separate accommodation and their absence of maternity policies are there. Second one is social barriers are there. I am audible properly.
Sir, your voice is clear, sir.
Hello. Yeah.
विशाल झा जी,
Now it's
आपकी
clear.
वॉइस क्लियर नहीं है सर.
Now it is clear.
ब्रेक हो रही है.
Hello.
Sir, your voice is not
Yes,
clear.
sir.
कंक्लूड कीजिए सर, कंक्लूड कीजिए आप.
Sir, please conclude it.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Kushal Jha, you are not audible to us. I think you are suffering from some network issues at your end. Please do check it.
Sir, you are not audible.
I think he has lost the network, ma'am. We can call the next participant.
Yes, ma'am, sure. The next participant is Dr. Archana Singh from University of Lucknow. Dr. Archana Singh. The next presenter is Dr. Pawan Kumar Srivastav from Major S.D. Singh Law College, Farrukhabad. Dr. Pawan Kumar Srivastav. The next presenter is Dr. Lakshman Yadav. Dr. Lakshman Yadav. Next is Pradeep Kumar Patel from Government Naveen College, Chhattisgarh. Next,
Yes, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Lakshman Yadav.
sir, the screen is yours, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Dr. Lakshman Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of English, GMRD College, Mohanpur, Samastipur. Respected chairpersons and delegates, my paper is on role of educational institutions in promoting gender equality. Educational institutions promote gender equality by different aspects for the Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047. These are many key roles of educational institutions as challenging norms, empowerment, equal opportunities, inclusive environments, policy and practices, addressing harmful practices, community impact, etc. Curriculum, teaching, learning process and classroom arrangements have important role to show all students' potential beyond societal expectations. Empowering women is an important aspect to promote
gender equality in the field of management, science and technology, research and innovation, law, administration, etc. Educational institutions play a vital role to grow confidence, personality development, critical thinking, and financial independence and leadership, and helping wise understand respect. Inclusive environments create mutual respect, build healthy relationships, and challenges discrimination. Policymakers have enormous role to promote gender sensitive policies, mentorship, female leadership, soft skill enhancement, ability enhancement programs, etc. Education is a weapon to reduce many issues like child marriage, dowry system, and etc. By providing alternatives and empowering youth, especially women education, is a strong system to become agents of social change, leading their commitments and for rights, fostering broader societal transformation. Thus, educational institutions is the main medium of promoting gender equality in every aspect of human beings' life. That's all. Thank you.
Ma'am, any question?
We should proceed further. Call the next one.
Thank you so much for your presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter is Pradeep Kumar Patel from Government Naveen College, Chhattisgarh. Next is Kiran Saini from Ras Bihari Bose to Bharati University, Prem Nagar, Dehradun. Kiran Saini, ma'am, are you there? Dr. Swati.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Swati.
From ADC University of Allahabad. Ma'am, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Swati, Allahabad Degree College, Constituent College of University of Allahabad. My topic for today's presentation is, first of all, very good afternoon to all of you present over here. I would like to thank the Mahatma Gandhi College of Law and Social Science and Management Welfare Association for organizing such a wonderful 2 days international conference on human rights and gender justice in 21st century. Today's my topic of presentation is maternal health and childcare rights of working women in India, an introspection into the workplace discrimination policy gaps and legal reform. This topic I have chosen for certain objective. Some of them I am depicting before you. First is to explore the maternal health and childcare challenges of working women across different sectors and the states, and to evaluate the effectiveness of the existing maternity and workplace related laws in India. Third one is to examine the infrastructural and organizational practices in workplaces with respect to the childcare and childcare support system. In this article, I'm trying to examine the existing legal framework and the applicability of the legal policies and the legal laws within the institution, and what are the infrastructural barriers with that. If you see, we are talking about today empowerment of women by education, by employment, but that employment is of no use, that employment is of no value until unless the women is able to continue that employment. because due to some working condition, lack of support system, lack of decent environment, lack of child care support system, they are not in first of all, they are not able to do the job. And if anyhow they are managing to do that job, they are later on they are decided to leave the job due to some infrastructural support system or all the other things, lack of child support system in that institution. Because uh, in many institution, many colleges, in many universities even, there is no daycare center, crèches in the institution itself, though there is a legal mandate to establish with these things to support, facilitate the working women, but they are not even exist in very eminent, very prominent, and even the institution which have economic capacity as well. So I think that maternal health and child care rights intersect with the labor law, gender justice, and public health. And working women's capacity to combine paid employment with safe pregnancy, childbirth, early child care is both constitutional imperative and economic necessity as well. And it is a human right also. And over the past decades, India has strengthened various statutory protection, most visibly through expansion of paid maternity leaves and crutches obligation. But the persistence of the discriminatory practices, hiring of the candidates, and retention practices, patchy enforcements, and male caregiver support means, inadequate male caregiver support means are also some of the reason due to which the women are not continuing their jobs. If we see the legal and policy framework, we have Maternity Benefit Act 1961, which was amended in the year 2017, as well as many times it has been interpreted by honorable judiciary to provide social benefits to the women as well. Like women employed by the 2017 amendment, significantly it expanded the protection to increasing paid maternity leave up to 26 weeks for the eligible women, and introducing provisions such as crèche facilities for establishments employing 50 or more person. But and it also suggested some flexible work arrangement as well, like work from home to the women's in certain circumstances. Second mandatory provision is with respect to crèche and workplace facilities. But the amendment required that establishment with 50 plus employee to provide crèche facilities and to permit women for visit to the crèche during the working hours as well. Implementation responsibility is split between central and state authorities depending on the sectoral administration as well. If you see the employee state insurance scheme, which provide maternity benefit for covered employees, including wage replacement for specified duration. Many women in the informal sector, however, remain outside the ESI scheme as well. Even in the, if you see the guest faculties, most of the women are doing the guest faculty job. They are not getting these kinds of benefit. If we see the POSH Act 2013 seeks to prevent and redress sexual harassment at workplaces, an important protective measure for pregnant and nursing women who may be vulnerable to harassment and retaliation. The Equal Remuneration Acts prohibit discrimination in pay and recruitment on the basis of sex. But despite of these legal legislation and policies, we see that there are many forms of workplace discrimination and practical barriers as well, like hiring and promotion bias. If you see that employers are discriminating in recruitment and promotion on the assumption that women will take maternity leave or childcare leave or be less flexible, a form of this is a form of statistical discrimination, not always easy to prove, but widespread it is in practice. Second, pregnant women may face hostile transfers, denial of duties, sexual harassment and workplace hostility, reduced retentions post maternity. Then maternity benefit often apply only to the where the act or the social security scheme will apply.
Ma'am, time is over. Please continue.
So these are some policy gaps which should be covered. I have certain suggestion. Among them, the most prominent, which I personally feel that to implement these kinds of legislation, there shall be a mandate that without incentive or subsidies, without incentives or subsidies, the coverage should be provided. And if any employer is unable to provide these kinds of facilities to the woman, like in many colleges I have seen, even I myself also observe and face these problems, then the incentive should be prevented to those employers. Otherwise they will not be going to provide the crèche facility and maternity leave facilities to the woman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Ma'am, any question?
Very well presented. We'll be waiting for your paper soon.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
The next presenter is Dr. Veena Chironji Deharia from Government Law College, Betul.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I have present my topic, Impact of International Human Rights Instruments on Indian Laws and Justice. Firstly, I will present my topic. My presentation paper is that the object of this paper is firstly is impact of international human rights on Indian laws, and secondly whether these laws are correlated to a justice. So firstly I will start it with introduction. All international human rights are securing the rights of a human rights. Human rights are a rights inherent to all human beings, regardless of race, sex, nationality, language, religious, or any other states. Under UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, Article 1 is also say about human rights. All rights are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endorsed with reasons and concise and should act towards one another in spirits of brotherhood. Evolution of human rights. Firstly, the evolution of human rights take place in ancient time, but the peoples do not have any modern rights. Those are present in present scenario. These rights are given to a people at that time in the form of a natural rights. After that, in 1215, Magna Carta is declared by Sir King John in England. The first time the England's king giving a right to the people. It's also called a Bill of Rights. Then after, in medieval era, the famous philosopher John Locke also appear about the concept of natural laws. The natural laws is also we have called about the human rights. Then in 1618, the English Bill of Rights, and then the 1789 United Nations Constitutions and 1791 United Nations Bill of Rights also be declared by their governments. Then after, for era of two world wars, the first in 1919, the League of Nations established because of their First World War is conducted. The main goal of a League of Nations is to include the disarmament and preventing the war through the collective security, but the League of Nations totally failed in 1919. Then after that, the Charter of United Nations is framed by San Francisco and signed by 51 countries. Then United Nations General Assemblies declared Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, 10th of December 1948. This day is also called the International Human Rights Day. These all international human rights institutions are also securing our Indian laws regarding Indian Constitution. The preamble also are safeguards of Indian human rights. Secondly, the fundamental rights are also securing our human rights, and the director of state policies are also securing the human rights. And last not least, but our country also securing the law regarding the human rights in the form of the Human Rights Act 1993. What are the main role played by the Indian judiciary for securing the rights of justice under justice in the form of securing the rights. If rights are violated by any person, then the judiciary play a very important role for securing the rights of common people in the form of a writ petition. Those are given in the Article 32 and Article 226, and they are playing various active participation for impact of human rights under Indian laws. Firstly, it's expansion of a fundamental rights. Secondly, in the form of a judicial activism. Third, enforcement of socio-economic rights. Fourth is the procedural safeguards regarding valuable rights and protection of valuable rights. Proceeding for due process regarding Article 13 make various type of laws, bylaws, rules, regulations for safeguarding our fundamental rights. And the rule of law and judicial review is also protecting the right of individual in our country. Last, to conclude, there is a various case laws deal by Indian judiciary for protecting our human rights. First is the Vishaka versus State of Rajasthan. Second is the MC Mehta versus Kamal Nath. Third, Menka Gandhi versus Union of India. Fourth, DK Basu versus West Bengal. And fifth is the National Legal Service Authority versus the Union of India. There is also giving the justice in fair and trial about Hussain Ali Khatun versus Home Secretary of the State of Bihar. These all are examples of saving human rights by judiciary. In 2022, the judiciary Supreme Court also taken the actions regarding the acquisition of land laws. In the case, the acquisition of land laws is also says as a human rights. In case of that, if state can accuse our private property for using public purposes, but if state does not standing action regarding this land, and the land is not used by state, then the land is also covered.
Concluded fast.
Okay, so in this case, Vidyavati versus State of Himachal Pradesh, the Supreme Court held that all land acquired by a government, if government is not using this land, then the land is also given to the main owner of this property. So this is the best example of a human right. Is the time to time the Supreme Court allows the how to safeguard the human rights in various forms. Like for example, at the present scenario, the digital laws are also framed for everyone, but it's also covering the Article 21 of right to privacy, and it's also covering our dignity and equity concepts. And under this law, under this role of a judiciary, they covering our basic concept of natural justice, just like an example of equity, unfairness, and justice. And lastly, I will conclude my topic, and I will say that some quotation by Martin Luther King, the injustice anywhere is the thread of a justice everywhere. Then, the development of a state institution to promote and protect our human rights is a critical safeguard to ensure that the people can obtain and recourse and readdress in the fact of injustice. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Ma'am, any question?
We can proceed further, ma'am. Next one, please, call.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The next presenter is Reena Singh from Major S.D. Singh Vishwavidyalaya, Farrukhabad, Uttar Pradesh. Reena Singh, ma'am, are you there? Next presenter is Shivali Mehta from Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. Dr. Vishwa Gaurav from College of Law, IIMT University. Dr. Vishwa Gaurav. Next presenter is Dr. Karuna Devi B. Rao from Dhareshwar College of Education. Dr. Karuna Devi B. Rao. Next presenter is Sandeep Kumar. Sandeep Kumar from DAVPG College, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. Sir, are you there? Next is Surendra Ahirwar from Maharaja Chhatrasal Bundelkhand University, Chhatarpur, MP. Surendra Ahirwar, sir, are you there?
एनी प्रेजेंटर? कोई और पेपर प्रेजेंट करना चाहता है तो अभी कर सकते हैं. ऐसा कोई पार्टिसिपेंट है जिसने अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट नहीं किया है तो वो अभी कर सकते हैं. 5 मिनट है अभी.
Yes, ma'am.
Rajlakshmi
Sonal from Tezpur College, Assam. I want to present the paper.
Okay.
Ma'am,
is-
need to call to one. Ma'am, it's Dr. Mishka from Jodhpur, ma'am. It's Janardhan Rai Nagar University, Rajasthan.
minute. Rajlakshmi and Dr.
After ma'am, just announce my name, okay?
Hello.
Hello.
Rajlakshmi ji, आप प्रेजेंट कीजिए.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will orally present my paper in a very brief manner. The title of my paper is Women in the Indian Constitution, a Step Towards Gender Equality. The paper gives a brief overview of India's commitment to gender equality and women empowerment reflected in the Indian Constitution. The Indian Constitution, which came into force on 26 January 1950, is the supreme law of the country. It guarantees justice, equality, liberty, and dignity to all citizens, including women. At the time of independence, women faced widespread discrimination, and the Constitution aimed to correct these long-standing inequalities. Historically, women in ancient India enjoyed respect and participated in intellectual and spiritual life, as seen in figures like Gargi and Maitreyi. However, over time, patriarchal practices reduced women's status. During the colonial period, women's rights were further restricted, though social reformers and freedom fighters worked hard to improve their condition. After independence, the Constitution became the turning point by recognizing the equal rights for women. The Constitution guarantees several fundamental rights to women, like Article 14 ensures equality before the law, Article 15 prohibits discrimination on the grounds of sex and allows special provisions for women, Article 19 guarantees freedom of speech and expression, Article 21 ensures the right to life and personal liberty with dignity. Article 21A guarantees free and compulsory education for girls.
Ma'am, Rajlakshmi ma'am, it would be appreciated if you come to your findings and conclusion so that we can come to know in crux.
Okay. My paper was about the constitutional provisions. So, despite the constitutional provisions, women in India still face challenges such as violence, discrimination, unequal wages, and underrepresentation in leadership. Therefore, effective implementation of laws, awareness of rights, education, and continued advocacy are essential, such as legal reforms and enforcement, education and awareness, economic empowerment, increasing political participation, effective policy changes, raising awareness and changing attitudes is one of the most important thing. Providing support and empowerment to women, holding accountable institutions and individuals is also important. To conclude, the Indian Constitution provides a strong foundation for women's rights and empowerment through fundamental rights and directive principles. While progress has been made, achieving true gender equality requires collective effort from government and society. So let us strive towards a future where every woman lives with equality, dignity, and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Any question, ma'am? The next presenter is Dr. Anushka JKL Jain. Ma'am, are you there? Dr. Anushka,
Yeah, ma'am, I'm there, ma'am.
the screen is yours, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Good afternoon, all the delegates, the patron, the coordinator of this university. And the topic which I'm going to present is the youth leadership, social justice, and gender justice and equality. The thing is, if we discuss about the leadership skills, here I especially want to mention the deeply linked. It is this presentation is deeply linked with the young people, especially young women and marginalized genders, driving social change by challenging inequality. Here, some of the key aspects of youth leadership I have mentioned, like challenging norms. The young leaders generally questions about the traditional gender roles, which promotes the gender equality, healthy and masculinity, challenging stereotypes, and advocacy for inclusive environments. The next key aspect is creating inclusive spaces like building platforms, digital spaces, community projects, which where the diverse individuals feel the respected and empowered education and awareness and empowered. Here we want to acknowledge and give the uh, education and awareness about the knowledge and digital tools like podcasts, conferences, which educate the peers, families, and institutions and young entrepreneurs for creating a ripple effect for social change. The next key aspect for the leadership skill is youth-led organization like uh, HEAL, United Nations, GFC, FYLP like Feminist Youth Leadership Program, Sahyog, and UN organization which is a women's empowerment cell. Here or the they mainly emphasis on the healthy masculinity and initiatives and non-violence, emotionally aware masculinity to challenge the patriarchal systems. The next key aspect is demographic power. The world's largest youth population provides the immense energy for the social transformation. Now, if we go through the main one more forum I want to mention over here is the Generative Equality Forum that initiates the bringing together young minds from various religions, ethnicities, and regions, where the Educators can receive mentorship from experienced professionals and can co-create knowledge and advocacy tools such as youth-led agendas. This movement emphasizes that youth aren't just future leaders but they're powerful current challengers which can make a vital forum in achieving for true sustainable development and true equality, justice. Now, one more thing I want to mention over here is when we participate in such type of forums like the Commissioner, the States of Women, and the Generative Effective Forum to demand meaningful, inclusive discussions, making processes and procedures more justified and dismantling the gender biasness and one more finally concluding some of the fundamental rights that is mentioned in the 14, 15 and 16 article. I want to mention that the women should be empowered by giving the equal job opportunities alongside the directive principles promoting equal payment and human work conditions. A part of this, allowing them affirmation legal actions and aspects for women security and children strengthening and participating in the governance through social justice and gender uh, uh, bias. Now, one more thing, recognizing the Sahyog, which is a centralized organization by government. It mainly focus on the management training to build the career advancement and focusing in specific issues like health and sustainability. The Indian Constitution gives the guarantee about the equality and to dismantle barriers and empowering every individual for irrespective of the gender. For this, by empowering the young people as an equal part of the society, we can accelerate progress towards the future where gender equality and justice are linked realities for everyone. Thank you, ma'am. I have mentioned especially the articles 14, 15, 16, ma'am, here. In which the main rights I have mentioned according to the law, ma'am. Exactly, it's equal job opportunities and no gender biasness. That was the main thing, and young entrepreneurs play important role over here. This is the main key points of my presentations. And what I have spoken when you were speaking, I was in favor of you that, yeah, ma'am, there should be no gender bias. Either it is in any platform, either it is in politics, either it is in the academic part, either it is in the business. Everywhere, women are performing very well, exactly. So, here the young entrepreneurs, I always used to promote the young entrepreneurs because I feel that they are the future of our country. So they are the building power of our country. So that is the main thing that I prefer young entrepreneurs along with the skill development because little bit I am also senior now. So that is the main thing. I have inculcated this main key points in my presentation. If you want to speak anything, guide to me, then just tell me, or anyone wants to express his views on my presentation, then just tell me, ma'am.
I really appreciate your views, ma'am, and somewhere I related with my own studies as well, and I think you presented well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anushka ma'am, for your presentation. Is there any more participant who wants to present their paper? अगर अभी भी कोई भी प्रेजेंट करना चाहता है अपना पेपर, कोई भी पार्टिसिपेंट, वो प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। 5 मिनट का टाइम दिया जा रहा है आप लोग को।
Any more person?
Yes, madam. I'm interested there.
Yes.
Just a minute, madam.
Devanand,
Yes, yes.
Chavan.
Yes, yes, madam. Yes, I'm interested there.
please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Continue करें sir.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Huh? दीदी बोलो दीदी. Ma'am, thank you very much. It's giving a good opportunity for presenting my paper. Ma'am, our paper title is Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights, the Challenges, Implications, and the Governance of the Framework. Ma'am, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Devanand Chavan. I'm Assistant Professor of MIT Art Science Commerce, Alandi, Pune, SPPU Pune Universities. I'm working here. Madam, my topic is Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights Challenges, Implications, and Governance Frameworks. This is the one abstract is there. The artificial intelligence has emerged as a transformative technology influencing decision-making process across the critical sectors. And nowadays, the governance, healthcare, law, enforcement, finance, digital communications, while AI is a driven systems offer efficiency and scalability of innovations. Ma'am, there always rise a serious concern related of the fundamental human rights such as privacy, equality, transparency, freedom of expressions due to process is almost used there. Nowadays, my research paper is mostly examined that the intersections of artificial intelligence and human rights through a descriptive and analytical approaches. It explores how the algorithm decisions making large scale of data processing automated of the surveillance systems can be more both supports and ultimately intelligently recognize human rights principles. Ma'am, the paper is further analyzed key challenges such as algorithm bias, lack of compatibility, regularity, gap of file reviewing, international legal, ethical frameworks aims at ensuring the responsibility. AI governs such studies of concluding by emphasizing necessity of human rights based approach to AI development to ensure the technological advancement aligns with the human density, justice, and the democratic value. Ma'am, that's the main things there. The artificial intelligence has rapidly the transformations from the specialized computational tools into privacy technical systems that shape of the contemporary socials, economic and political life. The government and private organization increasing rely on AI to automate disease effect of individuals and communities to a large scale. That is a very second part is the deployment of AI in sensitive to domain as a criminal justice, welfare distribution, recruitment, surveillance, introduction of significant human rights implications, and automated systems often operate with the limited the transportation and accountability. Human rights frameworks they established to safeguard human density, equality are the challenge by AI system that AI the replications bias and enables mass of the surveillance observes responsibility, and this is the more harmful for the outcomes. And this paper seeks to the critically analyze the relationship between artificial intelligence and human rights. The highlighting key challenges and the proposing governance approaches allied with the international human rights standards. And last point is I'm going to tell about that. The conceptual framework is the artificial intelligence human rights is there. The AI refer to system capable of performing tasks traditionally required human intelligence, including learning, reasoning, perceptions, decision making, preliminary through the machine learning and data driven techniques. Mostly useful there the human rights perspective. Outcomes there generated by the AI system are not a value a neural, rather they reflect social, culture, political context in which they are designed and deploying. Human rights based approaches to AI principles such as dignity, equality, accountability, transparency, and participation throughout the AI life cycle. So that is one of the most things there. The lastly, just I'm going to tell artificial intelligence and rights to privacy is there. Very nowadays, now a generation very critical situations is going on. Now recently this position. Right to privacy is one of the most significantly affected human rights in age of artificial intelligence due to the extensive data collection and automated data processing. So so many China's and other countries are very concentrate our data, our Indian population data. So it is one of the things AI and rights to privacy is most useful of this my research paper production. Research paper and facially recognition technologies. Just I'm going to tell about that. Such a practicing personal autonomy, chill freedom of movement and association and undermine of the democratic of accountability. And lastly, I'm going to tell about that the AI base, the algorithm bias and rights to equality. This is the equality of non-discriminations of foundation principles of international human rights of law. And just I'm tell about that the algorithm AI application is a recruitment, credit scoring, predictivity policies, and criminal justice have shown on the disadvantage of the marginality community. So just I'm going to take transparency of lastly right to due to process the many AI system function to black boxing, making difficult to individual understanding and exploratory understanding of the procedural frameworks. It's a very affected, maybe unable to challenge appeal decisions without clear the explanation. And I'm lastly tell about that the conclusions as I'm tell that the artificial intelligence freedom of expressions, the AI system plays the critical role of shaping freedom of expression through the content moderations of a recommendation algorithm digital platforms. Automated moderation systems aim to remove harmful content but often lack of the contextual understanding and leading cover shapes. And just a conclusion, just I'm tell about that AI hold significant potential to enhance human well-being of the deployment responsibility. So all the committees, I'm very thankful that's giving a golden opportunity to present the paper to me. So again, thankful to all committee members. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Ma'am, any question?
I just wanted to know whether you are agree that as to nowadays this AI is there in the air, I can say, or we can say. So should there be an international treaty or some body to regulate AI in a way that safeguards human rights globally, we must say?
Yes, ma'am. I'm definitely agree about that. It's a nowadays is a very need. Nowadays, very need of this system to there because of your very good, nice question that's asked to me, ma'am. The artificial intelligence is one of the whole of significant potential to enhance the human well-being when a deployment of responsibility because of the international level. America, Britain, German, Japanese, France, Chinese, Spanish, all the country is constituted to India. India is a very big market for the international world, so that they are always concentrate of Indian data and human rights. And our human rights giving one of the things without adequate of the safeguard AI system pose the serious risks of fundamental human rights, including privacy, equality, freedom of expressions due to process. So that the human right based of approaches to AI is ensure technological innovation, so that with human dignity justifying a democracy is very important of these democratical values, ma'am.
All right, very well presented.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Anyone else who wants to present their present?
मैम मैं पद्मा नागदेव बात कर रही हूँ महाराष्ट्र से।
मैम बोलिए।
मेरा पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन है, लैंग्वेज मराठी में है, चलेगा मैम?
नो मैम, मराठी में नहीं चलेगा मैम। इंग्लिश या हिंदी?
हिंदी चलेगा?
Yes, ma'am. English will be more preferable if you can speak, or if you are comfortable in Hindi, that will be okay with us.
ओके मैम, ओके। तो मेरा सब्जेक्ट है नामदेव कामड़े, ये नॉवेल पे है, नॉवेल पे है जो महिलाओं के ऊपर जो अत्याचार होता है, वो नॉवेल में एग्जाम्पल दिए गए हैं उन्होंने, तो उसके उसके ऊपर है। पढ़ू मैं?
Sure, ma'am. If you're comfortable in English also, then please proceed with that.
No, ma'am. English no comfortable.
Okay then. Okay. Hindi is fine.
You can just proceed in whichever language you want to and wind it up. No problem.
1 minute, ma'am. Ma'am, can you repeat your name?
पद्मा नागदेवे.
Padma Nagdev. ठीक हूँ मैम.
हाँ, स्टार्ट करूँ मैं?
Sure.
नामदेव कामड़े, इनके कादम्बरी में स्त्री के साथ होने वाले दुर्व्यवहार के बारे में लिखा गया है. राघवेल इस कादम्बरी को साहित्य अकादमी का पुरस्कार प्राप्त हुआ है. इस कादम्बरी में स्त्री का शोषित जीवन प्रस्तुत किया गया है, जो पुरुषों द्वारा सताई गई है. कुछ मुट्ठी भर अनाज के लिए बड़े साहूकार उनका शोषण करते हैं, जैसे कि कौसा है, हरणी है, ये नाम है किरदार के. इनकी जैसी महिलाएं आज भी समाज में है, दिखी गई है, मगर वो सामने नहीं आती. पूरी जिंदगी भर संघर्ष करती रहती है ऐसी महिलाएं ये. इसके विपरीत कुछ महिलाएं ऐसे भी है. ये नॉवेल में गजरी नाम की किरदार है एक, वो अपने मन से खुद से वो साहूकार के सामने जाके पैसा लेती है और अपना सौदा करती है, और वैसे ही उसकी बहू करे ऐसा वो सोचती रहती है. अपने समान कार्य करे ऐसा दबाव वो अपने बहू के ऊपर लाती है, लेकिन उसकी बहू इस बात का विरोध करती है. ये ऐसी बातें उनके राघवेड़, उन सावली, सांजरंग और सेलझाड़ा में भी आया है. राघवेड़ कादम्बरी में वालंबी नायिका है जो जिंदगी भर संघर्ष करती रहती है, मगर ऐसे जो अत्याचार होते हैं, शोषण होती है, उस पे वो संघर्ष करती है, अपने आप को सुरक्षित रखती है. उसी की बेटी कौसा है जो सनातनी धर्म है, उसके दबाव में आके जो मंदिर में जो पुजारी रहते हैं या कोई परंपरा चाली रीति के ऊपर ऐसी दबी कुचली हुई महिलाओं का शोषण करते रहते हैं. इसमें मुट्ठी भर चावल के लिए उस लोगों को दबला कुचला जाता है, और वो संघर्ष करती रहती है मगर आवाज नहीं उठाती. एकाध महिला है जो आवाज उठा के सामने आती है, मगर ऐसी महिला है जो पीछे रह जाती है, उनका नाम सामने नहीं आता. सेलझाड़ा कादंबरी में भी ऐसा ही लिखा है. और मोराचे पाय, ये जो कादंबरी है, यहाँ पे तो यूनिक पाश्चिमात्य संस्कृति का दर्शन हुआ है. यहाँ पे देखो तो पुरुष प्रधान संस्कृति का एक वर्चस्व आता है, जिसमें पुरुष कैसे स्त्री के ऊपर, अपनी खुद के पति के ऊपर वो व्यभिचार करता है, यानी उसको उतना फ्रीडम नहीं मिलता. पति है, पत्नी है, फिर भी उसके ऊपर इतना अत्याचार करता है, और पत्नी कुछ बोल नहीं पाती, वो सहती रहती है. अपने सास को भी वो बोल नहीं पाती. यानी कि एक अंदर क्या है, समाज में हो रही जो स्त्री है, समाज में जो स्त्री के प्रति जो दुर्व्यवहार हो रहा है, वो घर से ही उसकी शुरुआत हो रही है. इसीलिए वो महिलाएं अभी भी सामने नहीं आ पाती, अपने ऊपर हो रहे शोषण के बारे में वो खुल के बोल नहीं पाती, वो पीछे रह जाती है, उसको उतना फ्रीडम नहीं मिलता. और ये महिलाएं, सिर्फ महिलाएं नहीं तो वो छोटी छोटी बच्चियां भी उसमें आ जाती है, और इसके लिए विरोध महिलाएं ही करते हैं. जैसे कौसा की सास गजरी, जब गजरी ही खुद से पैसा लेके अपना सौदा करती है, खुद महिला होके अपने बहू को वो करने के लिए विवश करती है, ऐसे भी महिलाएं समाज में देखी गई है. तो ऐसे महिलाओं के साथ जो बहू है, जो ये सब करने के लिए वो तैयार नहीं है, मगर वो फंस जाती है और खुद को एक्सपोज करने के लिए कि मैं खुद को दिखाने के लिए कि मैं अच्छी हूँ। वो गजरी खुद को अच्छी दिखाती है, मगर बहू को अपने ही वो गंदे काम में खींच लेती है। मगर वो बहू अपनी जो ईमानदारी है वो दिखाने की कोशिश करती है, मगर वही बदनाम हो जाती है। तो अपना जो समाज है, अपने जो समाज में ये सब जो हो रहा है, वो कहीं तो भी रुकना चाहिए। तो ये मामले में एक महिला ही महिलाओं को अच्छी तरीके से प्रोटेक्शन दे सकती है, मगर वो दे नहीं पाती और वो शुरुआत होती है घर से ही। एक सास के विचार अच्छे होंगे तो खुद ब खुद वो बहू को, अपने नाती को अच्छे संस्कार दे पाएगी और घर से ही वो उसकी शुरुआत होती रहती है। तो ये सब इस कादम्बरी में दिखाया गया है। ठीक है सर।
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Can we
Thank you,
have the
ma'am.
next participant, please?
Ma'am, any question?
We can next go for the next one.
Is there anyone who wants to present their paper? I think I'm finished. Thank you. I would like to thank all the presenters for their well-researched paper and confident presentation, which made this session intellectually enriching. My sincere thanks to the session chair, Dr. Prabjit Sandhu ma'am, and coordinators for their smooth conduct and effective management of the proceeding. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the organizers and participants for the meaningful and engaging session. It was really, I must say, it was a truly enriching and fruitful interaction with you all. All the very best for the best papers will be selected among you all, and we'll be seeing you all further moving ahead towards your lives with good wishes. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Now it's time to valedictory session.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, all the team members. Thank you for organizer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please wait, because the winners will be announced in a short while. So do not leave the meeting as it.
Congratulations to organizers, sir and ma'am. It was very good conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It's given me immense pleasure to address you all in this valedictory session of the International Conference on Human Rights and Gender Justice in the 21st Century. Over the course of the conference, we have engaged in meaningful discussion, critical reflection, and insightful deliberations. The presence of eminent speakers and participants from India and abroad, this conference has successfully created a platform for exchange of ideas and collaborative learning. I sincerely express my gratitude to our chief guest, honorable speakers, session chair, and all participants for their valuable time. I also acknowledge the dedicated effort of the organizing committee, faculty members, and technical team whose hard work made this event a grand success. Now, it is my proud privilege to invite our esteemed chief guest for the valedictory session, the Honorable Chairman Sir of Mahatma Gandhi College of Law, Shri Yashpal Singh Tomar, to kindly grace this occasion with his valuable presence and to address the gathering with his valedictory remarks. Sir, we are truly honored to have you with us today. I humbly request you to kindly join us on the virtual dais and share your words of guidance and inspiration.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the participants who have participated, presented their papers in this session. In the 2 days, I had the opportunity to hear some of the papers, and the particular one on AI was very interesting at the last. There are a lot of things which need to be done. More research needs to be done. So I would encourage all the presenters to develop their papers more specifically and with the latest data, so that and also to give some valuable suggestions so that we can take it up with the various legal bodies, and it can be framed into some kind of a legislation to benefit the society. Thank you, everyone, and especially the judges who have had the patience to listen to so many of these presenters. I have been given the task, and rather I have the privilege of announcing the winners of the presentation. First of all, I would like to say that each one of the presenters who has participated has done something valuable for the conference. So everyone deserves an applaud. But the judges have decided that out of so many, there have been two sessions, one on the 13th, that is yesterday, and one the first session, and today was the second session. So there are three winners for the first session and three winners for the second session. And we have, so I'll read them out from the bottom up order. And so on the first day, that is 13th, the first session of the paper presentation, the third place has been awarded to Anita Pawa, Assistant Professor of English, Kakatiya University, for the paper Gender Discrimination in the Place of Maya Dattani, Gender Equality and Violence Against Women. This is the third one. Congratulations. The second place, the judges have decided to give to Himanshu Kashyap, research scholar, law pursuing PhD, JLU School of Law, Jagran, Lake City University, Bhopal.
Thank you very much.
And for the paper, congratulations, for the paper Principle of Non-Refoulement as Customary International Law in India, an analysis. Congratulations, Himanshu. The best paper for yesterday's presentation has been adjudged to be given to Sarvesh Tiwari. Congratulations, Sarvesh Tiwari.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Research scholar, education, जवाहरलाल नेहरू PGTT कॉलेज यूके कोटा, लैंगिक न्याय की दृष्टि से किशोर विद्यार्थियों के मानसिक स्वास्थ्य में मार्गदर्शन एवं परामर्श की भूमिका. Congratulations to all the winners for the first day. On the second day, that is today, the judges have decided to name Rajvinder Kaur in the third place. Rajvinder Kaur, Assistant Professor Public Administration, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Government College, Faridabad.
Thank you, sir.
For the paper Role of Higher Educational Institutions in Gender Sensitization. Congratulations, Rajvinder Kaur ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
The second best paper has been presented by Dr. Vinod Kumar, Assistant Professor Sociology, Vallabh Government College, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh.
Thank you. Thank
For
you, sir.
the paper Violence Against Women. Congratulations, Dr. Vinod Kumar, for the second
Welcome,
best
sir.
paper.
Welcome.
And we have the best paper today by Manju Bhashini ji. Manju Bhashini ji.
Thank you, sir.
For the congratulations. She's an LLM student, Environment, Energy and Climate Change Laws, Chennai, Dr. Ambedkar Government College, Pudupakkam. For the paper Lost Identity of Women in India, Women in Society, Social and Legal Battles. Congratulations, Manju. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir.
And we hope to have another conference very soon. Let the organizers have that in place. and then again we shall gather to discuss certain issues. Thank you very much, and best wishes to each one of them.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
भी बेस्ट प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं उनको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस हम सबकी तरफ से, हमारी टीम की तरफ से. थैंक यू.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining us.
We can leave it. Session is end.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Thank you,
those who
ma'am.
have received first, second, third rank, will get any certificates or?
Yes. Yes, you can provide the certificate of best.
Madam, paper,
And
paper
all of others. What
journal
about
में
other presenters?
One by one बोलेंगे तो ज्यादा सही है.